have an interpreter in the room with us. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and, by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry. Nancy Turner.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Dunkley. Hoy es lunes 8 de junio 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir su nombre en el registro certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. El día de hoy tenemos a la presidenta Deborah Smith Palmieri y tenemos a los miembros de la Junta, la señorita Barry y la señora Nancy Turner.
You state your name and number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Manolo Ortiz, 390-683.
Manolo Ortiz, 390683.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Manuel Ortiz Coronel, inmate number 390683. He is serving a total effective sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 9 years to serve, followed by 5 years of probation, for possession with intent to sell cocaine, possession with intent to sell heroin, criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, defense weapon, violation of probation with underlying charges of possession with intent to sell dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 25th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 Intensive Aftercare and Voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Manolo Ortiz Granel, número de confinado 390-683. Está cumpliendo una condena de 20 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 9 años de prisión, seguido por 5 años de libertad provisional por posesión con intención de vender cocaína, posesión con intención de vender heroína, posesión ilegal de armas de fuego, municiones, armas de defensa, incumplimiento de la libertad provisional con encargos subyacentes de posesión con intención de vender o distribuir. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de diciembre 25, 2026. El día de hoy no hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual se ha revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado los programas de nombre Intensive Aftercare Voices y Tier 2. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación del riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia.
Mr. Ortiz, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Señor Ortiz, esta es su oportunidad de expresarle a la Junta porque usted cree que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede comenzar.
Buenos días, estimados miembros de la Junta de Libertad. ¿Puedo continuar?
Y adelante.
Mi nombre es Manolo Ortiz. Estoy muy agradecido por la oportunidad que me brindan de ser considerado para este gran privilegio. En este tiempo, yo pude reconocer que el no darle el primer lugar a Dios en mi vida me llevó a tomar la decisión de vender drogas. Después hubo una investigación, la policía vino con una orden de registro a mi casa, consiguieron drogas y armas y por eso me encuentro sirviendo una sentencia de 9 años en prisión.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Manolo Ortiz. First of all, I want to say I'm very grateful for you to consider me for this opportunity. To me, it is a privilege. I do want to say that one of the things that I've learned while being here is that I have not placed God first in my life. That has led me to the path that I am on now. The police served a search warrant on my residence and they found drugs, and that has led me to serve the 9 years that I am serving in prison.
Quisiera comenzar aceptando toda la responsabilidad de mis acciones que me llevaron a cometer estos crímenes. Pedir perdón por...
I would like to start by taking full responsibility of my actions. So the actions that have led me to commit these crimes.
Pedir perdón por el daño que le causé a mi familia y a todas las víctimas.
Ask forgiveness for the harm I have caused to my family and all of the victims.
Estando consciente de este daño, estoy bien arrepentido y nunca más cometería ningún crimen.
Being conscious of this harm that I have caused, I will never commit again this crime. I am very regretful for what I have done.
Este tiempo en este lugar me ha permitido aprender, reflexionar y lo he dedicado a renovar mi mente.
The time that I have spent in this place has taught me to reflect, to learn, and to be of better mind.
Dedicando mi tiempo a hacer y pensar cosas positivas y a permitir que Dios cambiara mi vida.
It has allowed me to dedicate my time to not only think, but do positive things, and then to allow God into my life.
Aceptando a Jesús como mi Salvador y dedicando tiempo a conocer de Él, leyendo la Biblia, orando y meditando y asistiendo a la iglesia toda la semana.
By accepting Jesus as my Savior, I have learned that to pray, to meditate, I read my Bible and I attend church weekly.
Completé el programa de Voices en el cual aprendí a ser responsable de mis acciones.
I completed the Voices program, which has allowed me to be accountable for my actions.
Me ayudó a ser consciente del impacto que tienen los crímenes en las víctimas y el daño que le causan.
It has also allowed me to be more conscientious about the impact that these crimes have on the victims and the harm that it causes.
Que cada vez que ocurre un crimen hay otra persona que sufre el daño y nuestras familias y amigos se vuelven víctimas.
That with every crime, there is someone that is suffering hurt or harm, and also our family members and friends can become victims.
La importancia de cuando vemos algo que está pasando, reportarlo y no ignorarlo.
The importance of when you see something, say something or report it and not ignore it.
Toda esta información me ayudó a estar más consciente del daño emocional, económico y físico que se le causa a otro ser humano por los resultados de nuestros actos criminales.
All this information has helped me to be more aware about the eco and social economical impact that this type of crimes have within our community and the hurt and impact that it causes as a result of these crimes.
Completé el programa de Tier 2. En este programa pude reconocer que tenía un problema y lo importante de buscar ayuda.
I also completed Tier 2. In this program, I was able to recognize that I needed help and the importance of asking for that help.
A reconocer y identificar lo que me puede hacer, lo que me puede provocar o hacerme recaer, que pueden ser gente, sitios o cosas.
It also allowed me to recognize or identify what can trigger me and cause me to relapse. It could be things like people, places, or things.
Estar consciente de esto te ayuda a tomar decisiones que te alejan de lo malo y te ayudan a cumplir tus metas.
Being aware of this, it allows you to make better decisions, to avoid certain places, and be able to reach your goals.
Lo importante de tener un plan diario y de hacerlo.
The importance of having a daily plan and then following through with it.
La importancia de tener soporte positivo, gente que te apoyen.
The importance of having a positive support system and the people there to support you.
A motivarme yo mismo con cosas positivas como yo puedo, estoy bendecido, lo estoy haciendo bien.
And also, I learned to motivate myself with the reinforcement such as I can, I am blessed, I am doing okay, or I'm doing well.
Lo importante de la espiritualidad y buscar ayuda y creer en Dios.
The importance of spirituality and seeking God.
A tener metas y a pensar siempre en ellas.
To have goals and to always think about those goals.
A lidiar con el estrés.
How to manage stress.
Completé el programa de Aftercare, que es voluntario y todavía participo de él 2 veces por semana.
I also completed the aftercare program. That's a voluntary program, and I'm still participating in it twice a week.
En él aprendí cómo volver a mis valores y cómo protegerlos, porque las cosas que nos importan son la guía de nuestras decisiones y comportamientos.
¿Me repite esa parte de nuevo, por favor?
Aprendí cómo volver a vivir por mis valores y a protegerlos.
I learned how to live with or how to live for my principles and how to protect those principles.
Porque las cosas que nos importan son la guía de nuestras decisiones y comportamientos.
Because it's the things that are important to us, that is what guides us, that is what leads our decisions.
El poder de los pensamientos, de la palabra y de la presencia.
Power of thought, power of action, power of presence.
Cuando estás consciente de esto, no piensas o dices cualquier cosa, ni tampoco estarías en cualquier lugar.
When you're aware of this, you don't just think or say anything, and you just don't go just anywhere.
Cómo entender y manejar mis emociones y no permitir que controlen mi comportamiento.
I also learned how to understand and manage my emotions and not to let those emotions control my behavior.
Cómo lidiar con el coraje, a cómo expresarlo y a no reaccionar, sino a pensar y luego responder.
How to manage anger and how to express it and not be reactful, but think and then act.
El verdadero crecimiento comienza cuando estamos dispuestos a aprender, a escuchar y a cambiar.
The true growth happens when we are willing to listen, we are willing to learn, and we are willing to change.
Tomar buenas decisiones hoy que le den forma a mi futuro para poder cumplir mis metas.
Make good decisions now that will form my future and make me reach my goals.
Gracias a todas estas cosas positivas que he aprendido, mi mente ha sido renovada.
Thanks to all these new positive things that I have learned, my mindset has been renewed or changed.
Y usando todas estas herramientas en la comunidad, lo primero que voy a hacer es
Using all these tools that I've learned in the community, the first thing that I'm going to do is
reportarme con mi parole officer y conocerlo.
report to my parole officer and to meet him.
Voy a vivir con mi esposa y mi hija.
I'm going to live with my spouse and my daughter.
Mantenerme visitando una iglesia, Dios, mi esposa,
You're ready to see it.
I'm going to continue to visit the church, God, and be with my wife.
Una pastora amiga de la familia que tiene un ministerio de ayuda a confinados y amistades cristianas van a ser mi
Excuse me,
soporte.
Mr. Ortiz. So we have received your reentry plan that you're reading currently, and we've already reviewed it. So there's no reason to go through it line by line for us. We've already reviewed it for you.
Okay.
What?
We had a
Señor,
Yes, and we had it translated.
Señor Ortiz, el plan que está leyendo ahorita usted de reintegración ya lo recibimos, ya se tradujo y ya lo repasamos. Entonces sabemos que lo está leyendo, pero no es necesario ya que sabemos lo que dice.
Okay, so gracias por su tiempo y por considerar mi caso. Dios los bendiga.
Okay, then thank you for your time. Thank you for considering my case about this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your opening comments. They were very well put together. We appreciate that. We are going to be asking you some questions. At the end of our questions, we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Gracias, señor Ortiz, por su declaración de apertura. Le agradezco, todo lo hizo muy bien y lo dijo muy bien. Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer ahora es vamos a hacerle preguntas. Una vez que hayamos terminado con las preguntas, nosotros vamos a hablar acerca del caso y le vamos a dar nuestra decisión.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Berry will begin with questions this morning.
Será la señora Berry quien empiece con las preguntas esta mañana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ortiz, I appreciate your opening comments as well. You really did lay out what you've learned in each of the programs that you've completed, and you also provided a viable release plan. When I reviewed your file, the one thing that stood out was your continued occupation of choice of selling narcotics in our community. You were also convicted of selling drugs in New York, and you were on probation here in Connecticut for the same thing. So you can go ahead and say.
Señor, yo también le quiero agradecer por su declaración de apertura. Lo ha preparado muy bien, nos pudo indicar lo que aprendió en cada programa, al igual que también produjo un plan de reintegración. Lo que sí le tengo que decir es que una de las cosas que noté cuando estaba yo repasando su expediente y que en realidad me impactó fue la decisión que ha tomado de mantener el mismo tipo de ocupación, de trabajo, se puede decir, a donde usted continúa vendiendo estos narcóticos a la comunidad. También usted fue condenado en el estado de Nueva York por haber vendido narcóticos o drogas, al igual que también estaba bajo un periodo de libertad provisional en el estado de Connecticut por lo mismo.
And what really stood out to me is that there was no real history of substance abuse. But in your opening statement, you said that you learned about your addiction. What are you addicted to?
Una de las cosas que también noté es de que en realidad no vimos un historial suyo a donde tuviera usted abuso a sustancias. Me pareció escuchar en su testimonio o declaración de apertura que dijo que una de las cosas que aprendió fue lidiar con su adicción. ¿A qué es usted adicto?
La única adicción, yo estaba usando marihuana porque fui prescrito por médicamente.
Really, my only addiction is the use of marijuana, but I was prescribed marijuana medically.
So why were you selling drugs in our community then?
Pero entonces, ¿por qué estaba usted vendiendo drogas en nuestra comunidad?
En este tiempo yo pude descubrir que primeramente el no tener una relación fuerte con Dios fue uno de los problemas, y también No lo mencioné porque no quería justificarme, pero el dejar puertas abiertas con personas negativas en mi vida, que lo aprendí en los programas, que no debemos relacionarnos con personas negativas, influyeron a que yo tomara esas decisiones.
During this time, what I learned is that one of the factors was that I did not have a strong relationship with God. And I feel like that's one of the problems. Another thing, and I didn't mention this before because I didn't want it to sound like I was using it as an excuse, is being around people that have a negative influence on you. I learned through the program that we should not be in a relationship or a partnership with people that have bad influence or bad habits.
Negative influence at 43 years old? You didn't know that what you were doing was wrong?
Usted dice de las influencias negativas o de las personas negativas, pero a los 43 años usted no sabía que lo que usted estaba haciendo estaba mal.
And you've been doing this since 2010 was the first time you were caught.
Y usted ha estado haciendo esto desde el 2010. El 2010 fue la primera vez que lo aprendieron por esto.
So in essence, you've been selling drugs for almost 15 years of your life, poisoning our communities and continuing that vicious cycle of addiction. Just to line your own pockets. It was a profit for you.
Entonces, esencialmente lo que usted ha estado haciendo es ha estado vendiendo drogas o narcóticos 15 años de su vida, donde usted ha estado envenenando nuestra comunidad y promoviendo la adicción. En realidad, usted lo ha estado haciendo para ganar dinero. Esto ha sido algo económicamente beneficial para usted.
And while I appreciate that you have rekindled your relationship with God, I'm certain that you knew prior to that relationship that what you were doing was harmful. So, go ahead.
Y ya que, aunque yo agradezco que usted haya renovado su relación con Dios, también estoy segura de que usted, antes de que renovara esta relación con Dios, usted sabía de que lo que usted estaba haciendo estaba mal y era dañino para la comunidad.
And you had a weapon in your home with this conviction, and then you had 3 weapons for your underlying offense. What were you doing with the guns?
También usted tenía un arma en su hogar, en su vivienda para este crimen o esta pena que le dieron la sentencia. Pero aparte de eso, también parece que tenía usted 3 armas bajo el cargo subyacente. ¿Qué estaba haciendo usted con estas armas?
Primeramente, quiero asumir la responsabilidad y entiendo que estuve mal y es algo que no volvería a hacer. Las armas las tenía en mi hogar porque cuando vivimos esta vida tenemos miedo de que alguien venga a nuestro hogar y esa fue la razón, pero yo asumo toda la responsabilidad y entendí y entiendo que estuve mal y es algo que nunca volvería a hacer.
First of all, I do take full responsibility. I accept that it was wrong, but I'm not going to do it again. Regarding the weapons that were found at my home, the life that I've been leading, when you lead this kind of life, you are afraid that someone might one day come into your home. But again, I take full responsibility. I know that what I did was wrong, but I'm not going to do it again.
While I appreciate your declaration that you're not going to do it again, you were already in prison, served time for it, for a prior charge. They let you out on supervised release, and you still were unable to comply.
Yo agradezco su declaración a donde usted indica que no lo va a volver a hacer de nuevo, pero usted está en la cárcel y antes de eso usted había servido una pena, había servido tiempo en la cárcel por un cargo anterior. Le habían dejado en libertad donde usted estaba bajo supervisión y no pudo cumplir con esas condiciones de su supervisión.
And you were selling fentanyl of all drugs. Do you know how lethal that drug is?
Aparte de eso, una de las drogas que usted estaba vendiendo es fentanil. ¿Sabe usted lo mortal que es esa droga?
Sí, estoy consciente de eso y me arrepiento.
Yes, I am aware of that. I regret it.
All right, thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ortiz, I read in your file that when you were selling drugs, you were unemployed. Then you were arrested, went out on bond, and was working up until the time of sentencing. Why were you not working prior to that?
Gracias, ya terminé con todas tus preguntas. Muchas gracias. Señor Ortiz, leí su expediente a donde indicaba que usted estaba vendiendo drogas y en ese momento no tenía usted empleo. Le arrestaron, usted salió bajo fianza y después de salir bajo fianza, usted consiguió un trabajo, estaba usted trabajando hasta que pues le dieron su condena. ¿Por qué antes de eso usted no estaba trabajando?
Anteriormente a eso yo estaba trabajando, estuve trabajando por 3 años, pero fue cuando vino el COVID y perdí mi trabajo y ahí fue cuando tomé la decisión incorrecta de volver a la calle, por lo cual estoy bien arrepentido.
Well, before that I was working. I have been working for about 3 years, but then COVID happened. Then I lost my job. After losing my job, that's when I made the bad choice of going back on the streets, which I really regret.
Do you have any employment opportunities for release?
¿Usted tiene alguna oportunidad de empleo si es que se le pusiera en libertad?
Sí, yo estoy certificado para ser un operador de máquina y tengo muchas ofertas de trabajo que me han ofrecido y también tengo la oportunidad con la persona que estaba trabajando cuando estuve en fianza, que él está dispuesto a darme trabajo en cualquier momento.
Yes, I do have a certification for machine operator. I have a lot of job offers. Also, the person that I was working for while I was on bond said that I could go back to work anytime.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have no further questions. Ms. Turner?
No question.
Okay. Mr. Ortiz, we're all done with the questions for this morning. Give us a few minutes. We're going to deliberate and give you our decision.
Está bien, ya no tengo más preguntas. Muchas gracias. La señora Turner no tiene preguntas. Entonces, señor Ortiz, ya hemos terminado con las preguntas. Vamos a hablar de su caso un momento para poder llegar a una decisión. Una vez que hayamos tomado esa decisión, esta mañana le dejaremos saber.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Ortiz does rate out as a moderate risk to recidivate. He has completed a number of positive programs, and he has remained disciplinary infraction free since June of 2023, that he only received one, and that was for a stinger. He has support in the community. Fortunate for him, he does not struggle with a significant substance abuse problem, so that gives him a step ahead, I guess. He does have some work skills, and his wife has agreed to act as his sponsor. While I don't like the nature of his convictions, I do believe that discretionary parole would help Mr. Ortiz reintegrate back into the community with the level of supervision that would warrant his being rearrested should he fall back into these behaviors. So I would support discretionary parole for that.
Okay, I would support it as well for many of the reasons that were stated. I do get a sense that Mr. Ortiz benefited from each of the programs that he's participated in. He has been working at the facility, and as stated, he does have skills that should assist him in finding an employment that is reasonable to support his family. Ms. Turner?
Agree.
Agree, okay.
Señora,
Please do, thank you.
okay, señora, muchas gracias, presidenta. Entonces, he visto el expediente a donde el señor Ortiz está en un puntaje general de ofensor dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia, al igual que también el señor Ortiz ha completado un montón de programas de carácter positivo. También veo que él no ha obtenido ningún reporte disciplinario desde junio del 2023. En realidad, durante ese tiempo solamente ha tenido uno. También tiene apoyo en la comunidad. Otra cosa que también él tiene a su favor es que él no sufre de abuso a sustancias o adicción a las sustancias. Otra cosa es que su esposa también ha aceptado ser su patrocinadora. Aunque a mí no me gusta la naturaleza de su delito, de la razón por la cual él está cumpliendo esta pena, yo sí pienso que el señor Ortiz puede beneficiarse de pena en la comunidad, que le pueda reintegrarse favorablemente o exitosamente a la comunidad con un nivel de supervisión que pueda ayudar a prevenir su rearresto o su redetención. Entonces, sí apoyo en la libertad condicional. La palabra se le cedió a la presidenta de la Junta, a donde la presidenta de la Junta dijo que ella también está de acuerdo, ya que ve que ha tomado un número de programas de carácter positivo, al igual que también ha tenido este trabajo en la prisión, lo cual le ha dado las herramientas necesarias para poder mantener un empleo una vez que usted se reintegre a la comunidad. Por eso es que se apoya la libertad condicional. Se le cedió la palabra al miembro de la Junta, la señora Turner, lo cual dijo que ella también está de acuerdo.
Thank you. Right, conditions, Barry?
I had standard conditions. I didn't realize that his wife was listed as his co-defendant, and I'm sure she knew that he was selling drugs, but I still just have standard conditions.
I did too. Okay. So in a matter of Manolo Ortiz Granell, inmate number 390683, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after December 25th, 2026 with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right, Mr. Ortiz, you've been granted parole. We wish you the best of luck now. Go out and do the things that you said you would do. Find a job, support your family, attend church.
Muy bien, señor. Dice entonces, en el caso de Manolo Ortiz Granell, número de confinado 390683, se hace la moción o la decisión para concederle la libertad condicional con las siguientes condiciones. Las condiciones son las condiciones estándares normales bajo la libertad condicional. Para que usted pueda ser otorgado o dado en libertad en la fecha de o después de diciembre 25, 2026. Le deseamos suerte, señor Ortiz. Por favor, haga lo que dijo que iba a hacer, valore y disfrute a su familia y vaya a la iglesia como dijo que lo iba a hacer. Se le desea suerte, se le ha concedido la libertad condicional.
Muchas gracias, Dios los bendiga.
Thank you very much, Catherine.
This now concludes the hearing from Manolo Ortiz Granell, inmate number 390683.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Manolo Ortiz Granell, número de confinado 390683.
You're all set, Mr. Ortiz. Thank you.
Ya hemos terminado. Se puede ir. Gracias, señor Ortiz.
Muchas gracias, bendiciones.
God bless.
It's good. Mr. Dowling, can you send him,
tonight.
Say that one more time.
sorry?
I thought you asked the question and I didn't hear you.
Oh, do you want me to send him in the order that they came in?
Yeah, any way is fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I have your name, please, sir?
Excuse me?
Can I have your name, please?
Corey Dowling.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Sure.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry, Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Okay, good morning, Corey Dowling, 40-20-93.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Corey Dowling, inmate number 402093. He is serving a total effective sentence of 30 years followed by 8-year special parole for attempt murder, strangulation, and suffocation first. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of December 10th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 DV and anger management program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Dowwood, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a correction though. You said that 30-year sentence. It was a 15-year, 8-year special parole.
Yeah, it's concurrent on the bid.
Okay, thank you for the correction. I'll look into it. Thank you.
All right. I thank you for the opportunity. I humbly ask you for your consideration. I'm aware of parole is a privilege and grateful for this time to speak on my behalf. I would like to express how truly remorseful I am in regards of my selfless actions to the victim, her family, and my family, and family friends that were all affected by my thoughtless actions. How very sorry I am for what I have done, wishing I could turn back time to prevent such a situation. With my time that I've already served, made me realize of my actions on what got me incarcerated, how I could have prevented this situation. While being incarcerated, I've completed 11 programs, 11 numerous programs. I was asked to mentor in 5. I was only required to do 2. I took it upon myself to do the other programs. I used my time wisely. All these programs help me become a better person, learning how to communicate with troubling situations instead of just acting aggressively, some of which are self-coping skills I've learned, correctional thinking skills, how to manage my anxiety and worries, and also, more importantly, just to ask for help when needed. I have a very good support system since I've been incarcerated, family and friends, especially my children. Throughout my incarceration, I completed a small engine voc ed program, which I became a technician down there and helped other inmates learn the program. I also had outside clearance, which is a lot of responsibility, and I was well trusted. I'm working with equipment and tools outside of the prison. I have many excellent work reports that explain my demeanor, my work ethics, how well I work with others, and my personality. That over the years I've had the jobs. My plans for my future to help me transition smoothly back in the community. Many different career opportunities, which the trades I've learned while being incarcerated. One is a building maintenance. The other is, again, a small engine mechanic. Also a CDL truck driver, which I've achieved the CDL program and completed. I have 3 jobs available for me when I'm released, with the opportunity of, small engine repair or building maintenance. And I do believe that's going to help me through my long term with society and being motivated for a job and being, released back in society. I'm eager, motivated, reestablishing my life, dedicated to continue my journey in self-improvement. I'm future-oriented, motivated to become a productive member of society. When I'm released, it'll allow me to spend more time with my supportive family, elderly parents, my adult children, and make up for lost time and new memories to be involved in their lives as they were, with me while I'm incarcerated. That's very important for me, is my family and have structure. I feel that I've done everything throughout my incarceration that I could while I was incarcerated. And again, if I was able to turn back time and to avoid a situation and had the moral support at the situation when it occurred, I could have, avoided everything, and this, could have been prevented. But with the time that I've served, it's been a significant amount of time. I've learned many tools in the programs that I've taken and mentored in, help me understand, how to defer from a hostile environment and to avoid certain situations and stuff of that nature. So I'm grateful for the time and your consideration, and hopefully you feel the same way that I feel, that all of my achievements throughout my incarceration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dowd. I appreciate all your opening comments. We are going to be asking you questions, and at the end of the questioning this morning, we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, and I'll begin with the questions today. So I heard a lot of, you provided some good information in your opening statement. A lot of it we have about your programming, your outside clearance, your mentoring in the vocational program and the small engine. And yes, you had excellent reports from that. But I'd like to start by talking about the instant offense. And I heard you in your opening statement talk about that you were, you regret it, you're sorry for what happened, and that you wish you could turn back the clock. So you have no criminal history. There's no recorded information of domestic violence prior to this offense. So now reflecting back on that day, that incident, can you identify what triggered you, what your triggers were on that day, or what led to that incident that would bring us to a point where we think that you are able to manage those emotions now?
Oh, yes, I feel, and, part of it was, alcohol was involved, and it was, like an abusive, verbally abusive relationship. And it just got to a point where, one would be like, would be bullied and snapped. Eventually there's only so much that either somebody, could take. And I wasn't strong enough to walk away, or I didn't have, the tools to, that I achieved during programs to ask for help or to manage certain situations to avoid it before it escalated to a hostile, situation. It was more of a, at the end of, our marriage and stuff, it became very, verbally abusive, very aggressive. But previous to that, as you already, explained, there was no, domestic history, no, police contact at any given time. I thought I was managing everything correctly, but unfortunately, between the victim and myself, it just got to, a situation where I should have just, left, the house, and got other, advice and help from family members, before it escalated to the point where it did, where, you know, that, like I say, that not only I'm, remorseful for my actions, but I'm embarrassed and, you know, very sorry for a simple 5 seconds of anxiety, whatever, for the duration of, you know, 18 years of marriage, whatever. And all of a sudden it comes down to, you know, the wrong, sense of a direction.
Have you thought back to that day? And I mean, it was an incredibly violent response to, as you put it, being bullied, and I'm assuming it was a somewhat back and forth, but a verbally abusive relationship. I mean, that's quite a response. The victim was near death.
Yes, and that's, you know, like I say, that's at that given time, like I say, part of my, I wasn't thinking clearly because I've had, that night, we were actually both, had alcohol in our system, and, it just, at the point of being, you know, to a certain extent, being verbally abused, I snapped, and I was just, very and overly aggressive. But that was totally out of character, for me, for my demeanor with my family and stuff like that, and the person that I was before the situation. It was, you know, I wasn't clearly, of my minded person. I was just,
Okay. You know, I was, you know, in reading all the documents that were provided to us, and, you know, there was quite a bit. There was no mention of when the police came to the house that they thought you were intoxicated, that you smelled of alcohol. So I was uncertain of, when you say there was alcohol involved, whether or not that, to what degree that could have been, when it wasn't mentioned, other than saying that I had drank. There's no indication from any of the documents that you were intoxicated or you smelled of alcohol.
yeah, so, I wasn't, completely drunk and unable and, slurring words or anything of that nature, but I had alcohol in my system, and, I, you know, was drinking as, throughout that evening, before the situation occurred.
And Mr. Dow, just so we're clear too, there are many domestic situations that occur, and alcohol is not always the factor. And what I mean to say is, I'm not being clear, is that domestic violence, you know, whether or not you're intoxicated or not, doesn't necessarily lead to the level of
No,
violence in this
I-
particular situation.
I
You know,
agree.
it's kind of an adjunct.
Yes,
Factor.
I understand that. Yes, there's other symptoms that occur, you know, there's symptoms like, I think they consider like a hot blood as a symptom. There's other medical symptoms they refer to that make a person snap or be aggressive at any given moment or whatever.
Okay, so I hear you use the word snapped a couple of times. Is that how you would characterize your behavior at the time?
Well, yeah, I was out of character, and I've, never acted aggressively in any manner, or ever put my hands aggressively on anybody of my, in my family. With the long-term relationship that we had, being married, and the 3 children I had as well, I never had, any aggressive moments where I did anything, unspeakable of this nature.
Okay. I hear you this morning expressing remorse and regret for the situation. And when I reviewed the sentencing transcript, it certainly didn't appear that you were remorseful or to this degree at the time. Actually, the judge had to stop you because you were actually just responding to the victim's statement. Instead of making your own statement, you wanted to give rebuttal to the victim's statement throughout your opportunity to speak at sentencing. What has changed?
Well, like you said, the programs that I've completed, helped me understood my actions and stuff. But at that time, I was more in like shell shock, and I did have a statement, but didn't have the opportunity to read it thoroughly, whatever. But at that time too, I couldn't believe for what I've done. It was just like all the weight, and I just, the person I was and that person I became, I just couldn't believe it, and I was just I wasn't in the right state of mind that at that time for to really comfortable or try to express how remorseful and stuff I was. It just seemed like that I was only there for a short period of time, and everything was by the judge and the attorneys and stuff.
Okay, I did read that you had a statement, and after the victim's statement was read, that seemed to derail you, and you never got to read your statement. Or
That's true.
You just sort of, you abandoned your statement.
That's true, because the statement it wasn't correct to the actuality of things that progressed either throughout the relationship or at the end of the relationship or so forth and so on. But like I say, for the programs that I've done and I've completed, that's more of like a self-help. And some of the books that I've read and the programs that I mentored, it helps me understand, more what to do or how to maneuver through difficult situations that at an inmate of my age, it seems, important that I can grasp the mistakes that I made so I don't do them again, and stay away from hostile situations and stuff to avoid anything that would, be aggressive.
Okay. I was reading through your interview with the parole officer, and one of the statements that stood out to me was you said you don't really think about what happened, that you're trying to move forward. And I think, it is important to move forward because you can't change what happened in the past. But how do you tend to carry yourself in the future? I mean, there's the harm to the victim, there's this connection, you have children together. What is the plan for you to move forward?
Well, as I said earlier, thank goodness that I had the support of family from the very beginning of the situation, that they're by my side and they can't wait for me to get out. I had the the contact visits, virtual visits, letter, phone calls and stuff like that, that help me stay strong and be well balanced. And it's going to help me when I get back out to society because, the kids to build back new memories and stuff and to be a part of, of a family. They can't wait for me. Between my brother, his wife, my parents, and my 3 children, and a few other close friends of mine, they knew me better than what had happened. They knew me that this was out of character, and my personality is such where if I could just have a support system when needed and be focused to move on, and I have the 3 career opportunities that I learned while being incarcerated to have the jobs waiting for me when I get out. That's important for me. All that together is very important to me. Okay. And that'll help me be successful in society and just to get back to some sort of normalcy and stuff. And I do not think of the time. It's been a while ago, over a decade. And the biggest thing between me and my children and my family members is not to talk about the past, just to keep moving on with the future and to better myself. And so everybody's very positive, and I'm staying very positive myself.
Okay. Well, Mr. Dowd, you have been incarcerated now for just about 12 years.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you visit with your children? Is it in person? Is it virtually?
Well, throughout my incarceration, the different facilities, it used to be in-person contact. And then once the virtual visits came, we had the virtual video visits, which were great because that was better to me than a contact because I could see the kids could show me and family members could show me things around the house, the dogs, the new car, pictures of what they're doing and stuff like that. And then what's been great also is the messaging system. We are able to message each other throughout the day about whether, what happened, what are you watching on TV, how was your day,
Okay. Mr. Dowd, I don't want to cut you off, but we want to make sure we get to all the questions from all the panel members. So I get a sense that you have been able to communicate quite easily, it sounds as though,
yes,
with your children. You've mentioned the programs that you've taken a few times and how you've benefited from them. So I am interested to you talk about moving on, not living in the past. And you say that I read that you don't feel like you have a hard time calming down. So why don't you tell me a little bit about what you've identified as triggers for your anger, for your violent behavior, and how you intend to manage those in the community?
Well, triggers to me are like being verbally abused, or if somebody kind of forces something upon you. How I do now is I just talk things out and I try to negotiate or come up with a better option, throughout the different scenarios and stuff of that nature. As I was like a technician with other inmates down in Small Engine or any other jobs that I had, I try to say, what other way could we proceed with, to make something better? How would you do this, if I wasn't to tell you, the way I would have done it? So, like, again, talking to my family, we have options. Some of the, if I have a bad day being incarcerated, I discuss it with my family members, and they say, well, what would you do? How can we work around it? Or, just avoid that situation and be a better person,
Okay.
or, so forth and so on. All
right. And can you give me an example of maybe when somebody was pushing your buttons? Because that's how I would interpret verbal abuse, when things are being forced upon you. And I'm sure it happens fairly regularly where people are trying to push your buttons. How do you respond to that? Can you give me an example of a situation?
Well, obviously being incarcerated, there's many situations that occur throughout the day. You just try to be the better person and be polite Or, sometimes you might help the other person because they might be having a bad day and say, well, hey, if you don't mind, can you please not, yell, or can you, how can why don't you sit over here if you want to talk to somebody on the other side of the child hall or something, or if you need this, just ask me, I'll give you this if you really need something to help them out. And that gives you some more gratitude or whatever, but you just, like you say, you try to help others as they would try to help you to avoid a situation, trying to not be negative.
Okay. I'm looking at your disciplinary history, and you do have a fighting ticket in 2020. And it's just about 6 years ago. So it is some time ago. But you had taken the domestic violence program prior to that. And you had a few other programs, thresholds. So tell me what was going on in that situation that you were unable to use some of these skills that you've gathered from these programs.
So on that situation, if you were able to look, it was a self-defense. This inmate was aggressive and chose to push me and hit me, and I just defended myself. That was unavoidable.
But was it unavoidable? Could you have gotten out of that situation by, I don't know, running away, walking away, turning around, not responding?
Well, he came into my area where my bunk was, and he was just adamant about, trying to either bully me or trying to just take advantage of the situation. If it was in the morning when we're eating breakfast too. So I was really caught off guard, and I didn't think it would ever escalate to that. So he was just one of those inmates that you couldn't really negotiate. It happened so fast. Trust me, if there was any way to avoid the situation, I usually try to, and I wasn't able to. And it just happened to, like I say, I avoided that inmate throughout the dorm many times, and it just, for whatever it is, sometimes other people say things to make somebody more aggressive to somebody else. But the thresholds and the thresholds beyond and stuff like that, those programs are, very important, anger management, stuff like that, to help you, like you say, avoid the situations. But this inmate was very aggressive where it happened so quickly, it was unavoidable. And I avoided the situation throughout the many days before this escalated to this thing. But other than that, the only way I probably could have avoided it is maybe got moved out of the dorm.
Okay. Have you, it's your only fighting ticket. How have you managed to avoid situations like that since?
Well, I've had bunk moves, and I've, like I say, used the tools that I've learned throughout the programs to talk to other inmates to avoid a hostile situation. Sometimes, whether it might be when you're going to use the rec room or something like that, you say, well, you know what, if you need this area, go ahead and use it. I'll move over here. Or I don't have a problem. You can, use this area, and I'll use this area later. Or if somebody feels that, they're entitled to something, then to me, it's not a big deal. I'll just, I'll wait, I'll avoid the situation, I'll come back later, or whatever. It's not important for me to go to the extreme where you're verbally arguing over something so frivolous or something so silly, whether it's commissary or child hall.
Okay, so let's go back to the offense for a bit and talk about voices. So how do you think that your assault of the victim has affected the victim throughout her life?
I think it's devastated her, and I think it's going to be. Why do
you think it's devastated her?
Because of my actions and what I've done at that time. I think that's something in that nature is horrific, and I think that anybody being in that situation, it's going to be unfortunately a lasting event. But I can't speak on her behalf because I don't, obviously I'm not in contact, and I will not be in contact, wherein I don't speak or my children do not speak in her behalf or anything like that. That was, you know, in the past, and like I said, just try to move forward and to start a whole new life and just have, you know, better days. But I do believe that, you know, this is something that was so serious that, I don't, you know, I'm hopeful that she's, you know, forgotten it to her best ability and moved on and, you know, I don't hold any grudges or any ill will and stuff like that. Like I say, you know, we were religious before this situation. I've been religious while I was incarcerated, and I pray all the time that, you know, that this should never have happened, or I wish it never happened.
Yeah. Do you think it's interesting that you would say you hope she doesn't hold ill will?
No, I don't hold any
Or
will.
you do.
I don't,
But-
yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's interesting. It makes it almost sound as though, you know, there is some blame imposed, kind of like when the judge was asking for your statement and you couldn't seem to get out of your own way about responding to the victim's statement. Do you think the victims share some of the blame in this situation?
No, I only blame is myself for putting my hands on another human being. Like I say, that was way out of my character, and I've never, being self-employed and a father and active in my children's sports, I've never ever put my hands inappropriately on anybody or done anything to this magnitude. But the blame that I you know, hold with myself all the time is that you know, what I've done, I just, you know, I have no blame on her or how the situation escalated. I just, like I say, if I was a better person, this should never have happened. Whether the arguments were hostile or verbally abusive or whatever the situation was, I should just walked away. I should never, you know, did what I did.
Yeah, strangled her.
Yes.
Yes. And the other victims in this are your children, of course.
Absolutely, yes. My whole family.
So you know, the parole officer always asks, what do you see as a high risk situation for you? And your response was a toxic relationship. What did you mean by that?
Well, it's, you know, we're arguing. That's escalated into, you know, something that was not necessary, verbally abusive and stuff like that.
Are you in a relationship now?
No. No.
Okay. And I guess my couple of, just to wrap things up, what do you think will be difficult for you about returning to the community? I heard you talk a lot about being productive, and you know, we want that for you. I'm happy to hear you have some employment identified. You're certainly coming out with some new skills. But what do you think is going to be difficult about returning to the community, returning home?
Well, I believe it's you know, fitting back into society and feeling comfortable with my family. You know, all the, you know, personal things and stuff. You know, because I didn't have that availability being incarcerated. But just feeling accepted and just trying to move forward. But I feel that once I get out and readjust myself and the support of my family and stuff like that, I'll find my way. And luckily I'm have the opportunity to have these 3 jobs available, you know, when I'm released, the opportunities to do that and just to keep moving forward with you know, with life and you know, re-establishing myself and getting those memories with my family.
And whether you're paroled today or not, You have 8 years of special parole to follow this
Yes.
sentence. And that's, you know, a considerable amount of time to have to be accountable to somebody. Have you given that some thought, how you think special parole will how that will factor into your life?
Well,
How you see that working?
I don't believe it'll be a problem because previously I've never had any police contact ever. I believe that I'm not in sort of any hostile environments where you have to occur stuff where that's going to be anything that have to do with any police actions or anything. I think once I get out there with my supportive family and possibly if I to do a program, if I need to feel more comfortable, I have the jobs available to have structure and to get back into a routine. And I have other family friends that are, you know, will be anything that I need. So, you know, everybody will be a phone call away, but I've never had anything such as a speeding ticket before this situation.
Well, and just so you know, Mr. Dowd, it's not unusual for somebody to be involved in a domestic violence offense such as yours later in life and have had no prior contact. It's really kind of its own type of situation, its own type of offense. And, you know, I ask that because you're convicted of a very serious offense. You know, the victim almost died. And, you know, parole is going to be with you closely, let's put it that way. And I do think that, you know, you'll certainly be required to do a domestic violence program in the community. But let me ask you, if you were given the choice, what do you think would be helpful for you in terms of outside your family support in the community? Any other kind of program, counseling that you think could be helpful for that transition into the community? 14 years is a long time for someone to be incarcerated that has never been incarcerated.
Well, that is correct, but like I say, if I didn't have the support, I have like I say, not only just family but friends and stuff like that, and I have other acquaintances and stuff like that. I have a few female friends that I'm in contact with that knew me before the situation, and I think that just talking things through, and you know, what helps me is being a mentor to others. It helps me keep more rounded and stuff like that. And that's why I adapted more with the programs here as being mentors to other inmates and stuff like that. But if I want to am released, like I say, I don't have a problem either trying to ask for help now that I've learned throughout the programs that I've completed.
I ask that because, you know, it's not unusual for someone to be incarcerated for a lengthy period of time. I misspoke. You've been now in about 12 years to struggle. You know, it's two different environments, being incarcerated and being back in the community with your family. You're incredibly fortunate to have support. You're incredibly fortunate to still have contact with your children. We're always happy when people are willing to mentor in the community. And I do think structure is important, but taking care of your own mental well-being will be important for your success in the community as well. And I don't think anybody can understand the need for that but you. Yes.
Well, I'm just going to keep a clear mind. I don't do any drugs, and I'm not going to do any drinking. And I'm going to try to avoid the situations that will, get me into anything that would be that I can't get out of. And I'm just going to be, I'm going to be focused more, like you say, on family structure, having another relationship, and a job oriented with career and stuff. And just longevity of just family values. That's what's really helped me together. Like I say, to achieve, to become a better person. and to continue, as my children say, my adult children say, to move forward, to focus on the future. And that's what my main goal is.
Okay. All right, Mr. Dowd, I do not have any other questions. Let's see if my colleagues have questions. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Dowd, you were not eligible for release until December, and then your end of sentence is in September. So, keep the perspective that we're talking about 9 months as we consider you for discretionary parole release. In your opening statement, you said you were lacking moral support, and that was part of why you committed these crimes. Help me understand that, because you clearly have a robust support system and parents that still care about you. What was lacking in your moral support?
Well, I had a thick shell. A few of my friends would say I didn't talk about my personal problems. So if I talked about them or asked for help, then I would have more support. If I only went to and opened up, like you say, the programs that I've achieved throughout being incarcerated, they help me open up and help me.
So you chose not to share your situation with your support system.
Yes.
So therefore you didn't have support.
That's correct.
Okay. Your father was the recipient of a huge number of guns of yours that were transferred to him. And I know you're planning on sponsoring to your parents' home. As a
Yes.
convicted felon, you were no longer eligible to possess firearms or ammunition. And that would not be an approved residence if those guns were in the home and you had access to them. What do you understand about where the guns are?
Well, yeah, I'm fully aware of that. And, as growing up in a sportsman's like family, the guns were all sportsmen.
Okay, could you focus on the question that was asked?
So they ruled to absolutely be removed. And I understand that I can't have any contact or live in a house with any sort of weapons.
Okay.
So that's not a problem at all.
So where in the house did the strangulation take place?
I believe that was in a foyer, I believe, and then it escalated into the bedroom.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
And that's on what floor of the house?
That was the first floor.
Okay. And what else happened at the time that you strangled your then wife?
Well, like I say, it was a long time ago, but panic, everything just happened so fast.
Were there other injuries that you inflicted on the victim?
Well, yeah, there was, just strangulation, and, preparing to commit murder,
Mm-hmm. So she was unconscious at the time you tried dragging her to the garage.
Yes.
Why were you dragging her to the garage?
Well, once I realized what I've done, I just felt like if I, like you say, everything happened so quickly. I just felt that, either I could look like maybe we'll both commit suicide or something like that nature. I wasn't thinking in the right
So
state
you were
of mind.
attempting to stage her death as a suicide?
Yes.
Because I read how concerned she was in her recovery that her son would have found her body because he was always the first into the garage. And apparently you would have been okay with that.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true.
Okay, I'm moving on. So you said that your son calling 911 is what kept you from killing your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you read the police reports, but your son seeing his mother being dragged across the floor to the garage, thought she was already dead, and went into his sister's room and told her what he saw, and they were afraid that you would come after them next. So there was a whole lot of trauma that you put everybody in the family through with your choice to attempt to murder your wife. Tell me about the noose that your friend saw you crafting back in the summer.
But that I wasn't crafting thing. Again, that was part of a rope that we're a big, sportsman, deer hunting and stuff like that. Actually, I was just cleaning in the garage, and when my friend came to the garage, that's what he was exposed. But that I did not make or think. That's something that I purchased that we use often when we
Deer hunt?
When we deer hunt.
You deer hunt with a noose. Okay.
Well, no, when we hang the deer in the garage or in the barn to butcher the deer up, to carve the meat out.
You had a noose hanging, and your friend asked you what you were doing, because I guess it seemed odd to him. Maybe he's not one that you hunt with, and you told him it's for Julie, or it's for the victim.
No, that was what he said,
Oh,
but
okay.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
At the
So,
time.
but you realize this was very hard for him to give the statement because he considered you his best friend. So
Yes.
he reluctantly came forward with that information that certainly didn't cast you in the best light.
No.
So at what point did you apologize to your children?
Immediately. I don't know if you had the opportunity to read the letter that the day after it happened, my daughter and my son, wrote a letter.
Yeah, I read it the day after you were. Yeah.
So
they were still in the throes, I'm sure, of shock and trauma.
That's but immediately from there on, we worked on a relationship. I apologized and for my actions and stuff. But I think also too is the kids realized what kind of a father before the situation happened that I was.
Did you at all ask any of your children to write a support letter for you for parole consideration?
No, I did not.
Because, I'm asking because we have nothing that verifies that you are continuing to have these positive relationships with your children. Because what we have is dated from a long time ago.
That was
right in the throes of the trauma that they experienced. I would hope that between now and your release that you would ask at the facility to take the Voices program, because I think it would help you. Your ability to answer my colleague's question about the impact on the victim was rather minimal, and I think the Voices program could help you appreciate the victim's perspective of living through a potentially life-ending crime. It stood out for me that when the police came to your door, it was like 2 a.m, right? You immediately set about a series of lies. So your statements to us, and when you were interviewed by Officer Dunkley about, just so wishing you had walked away, you had so many opportunities in that situation to walk away, to get help for the victim, that you chose actually to make the situation worse. But But when the police came to the door, you just proceeded to string together lies until you told them the truth.
I actually
Why
let them
was
in.
that? Why was that your first response?
Well, like I say, everything was, I wasn't in the correct mind straight. I let the police in when they came to the door, and I let them into the garage.
Okay, but not before telling them that the injuries that you were bleeding from were because you fought the dog, and telling them that your wife was upstairs asleep when she was
well, like I said,
suffering
again,
in the garage on the floor.
I was like I said,
Convulsing.
I had alcohol in my system, and I wasn't completely in the right mindset. But I did, like I say, immediately, like I said, brought him to the garage. I said, call an ambulance, so forth.
Okay,
And
well, the police did do that. But, be very careful going forward if, alcohol is something that interferes with your ability to be thoughtful, responsible, and truthful. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Berry? Okay, so Mr. Dowd, we're all done with our questions this morning. We are now going to enter deliberation, and we'll give you our decision in just a few minutes.
all right, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Dowd is here for criminal attempt murders with strangulation. He's serving 15 years with 8 years of special parole to follow this sentence. He does score low for risk to recidivate. He has no criminal history. He has taken a number of programs to address these criminogenic needs, which include anger management, domestic violence. He has vocational training, people empowering people, got a number of reports from the training programs where he does serve as a mentor, working in the small engine department. He has outside clearance, as he stated, and as we do know, that is reserved for inmates, individuals who do not pose a risk in Department of Corrections. He does have 4 disciplinary reports. I focused on what I thought was a fairly significant one, which was the fighting ticket in 2020. He has a protective order in effect until 2065. He has support in the community through his family. As we've talked about, he has mentioned quite a bit. We have no verification of employment in the community. He has indicated there are jobs available to him. There was a number of letters also submitted on his behalf for release. So based on my review of the file, Mr. Dowd's program participation is low risk for recidivism, and the support that he has in the community. I recognize offender change, and through the responses to many of the questions today, and I would be willing to grant his discretionary parole. As Ms. Turner pointed out, it's about a 9-month difference between his 85% date of December 10th to his end of sentence date. Ms. Turner.
I was just double checking the letters because one is 2017, 2014, and then one is undated. So I didn't see any current support letters. I have it. The circumstances of this crime are among the worst I've ever read in my 8 years on the board, almost 9. Just horrifying. And the fact that Mr. Dawood was willing to leave his children without any parents is tragic. I understand that incarceration is about rehabilitation and punishment. And I read the victim's concern at sentencing. with the 15-year offer because it wasn't what she understood. I appreciate Mr. Dawood wants to focus forward, but this is a lot to just put in the rearview mirror. I am voting to deny him discretionary parole today. He has 8 years special parole. He's got a sponsor. He's got job skills, and he has a support network. So I think going out to special parole is appropriate.
Okay, and Ms. Barry?
I appreciate the question, the line of questions, and Mr. Dowd accepting responsibility for his actions. I also do not have Mr. Dowd voted to parole. I thought the nature and the circumstance of this conviction was truly atrocious. So for that, that's the only reason that I have. I'm not going to say he hasn't participated in that for the programming. I will say that when it comes to evidence of offended change, I struggle based on his responses to the questions. But my primary reason for denying the nature.
And Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Okay, we need to set special parole conditions as well. No alcohol, no victim, domestic violence, anything else? Mental health evaluation and treatment should be necessary. Ms. Berry, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay.
So in the matter of Corey Dowd, 402093, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. We will now set special parole conditions. In the matter of Corey Dowd, 402093, I set the following special parole conditions: no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, J.D. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Dowd, we were unable to vote you to parole today. As Ms. Turner pointed out, you still have the Voices program that you should take prior to your release. And you do have support in the community for when you are released. So keep doing what you're doing so you don't have any difficulties prior to your release date. All right, we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let the record reflect that he is serving a total effective sentence of 15 years to serve, followed by 8 years special parole. This does conclude the hearing for Corey Dowd, inmate number 402093. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Good morning. It's Edward Calixto.
Give us 1 second.
No problem.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Councilmember Berry.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Edward Calixto, 340687.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edward Calixto, inmate number 340687. He is serving a total effective sentence of 20 years executed suspended after 8 years to serve, followed by 12 years of probation for entice a minor by computer. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 25th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: the PSP short track, New Thoughts, and Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. Mr. Calixto, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Today, I'm here speaking to you guys because of my choices. My choices brought me here. I'm not proud of my choices. And it took me a while to learn to understand why I make the choices I make. Through this incarceration, I've joined multiple programs to help me navigate through that. There was a lot of things that I opened up to that I'd never done before, so that changed a lot of my thought process. I've been dealt with a lot of situations while incarcerated that I can say that I was proud of the choices that I made of them. I try to submit to you guys, but I realized I grabbed the wrong documentation that an inmate attempted suicide. I saved him. An officer was almost assaulted. I saved him on that. And I continued looking for programs to better myself that I would have never done before. I would have always thought, I'm okay, I'm fine. And being able to join some and open up and talk about things helped me navigate where my weaknesses were. So while incarcerated, I received tough love from my family and friends, and being able to go to, like I said, taking programs and working on things, I was able to speak out to family and reach out and inform them of the issues that I was having, the offenses that I've committed, and be frankly honest about everything. And now I receive real love. And now I understand where everybody always said, like, oh, this is one of your risk factors and this is another risk factor. I never thought that was an issue because I was always saying, hey, like, I'm okay. But now I see the damages that can cause if I'm not willing to admit to those being my risk factors. So like I said, while incarcerated, I've engaged in multiple programs, and I've worked on building my social network for home. When I'm released from prison, I do have a support system that is stronger than before, family and friends that will hold me accountable, that do expect a lot from me, and I'm willing to meet those expectations. I would like to further my education. I want to be an asset, not a liability. And it took me a long time to accept that I should be helping people and not hurting people. I have that in me, the capability to be able to help people, and I just let people down. And that's to the family of the victim, the community. I let a lot of people down, and I want to make that right. And the way to do that is to change my actions, to accept responsibility, not to minimize anything, and not to hurt anybody else.
All right, Mr. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Calixto, for that statement. We're going to be asking you some questions. Following the questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Ms. Turner will begin with our questions this morning.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You did a nice job with that opening statement. However, I kept waiting for you to apologize to the victim. And I know you've taken the Voices program, so it's kind of a missed opportunity. Is there something that you might want to say by way of an apology?
No, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. The reason I thought that was gonna come up after, I'm sorry that I did. So back when talking about the victim, and I am apologetic because I am a victim myself of sexual abuse, and I know that feeling. And it brings me shame that, like I said, that I hurt people and
Children.
yeah, and that's the thing. When I was young, and I understand it, and that's what gets me so mad, that that feeling that I had, I put that on someone else. And the victim, I know, and I can only imagine, and I commend her for coming forward. That's
All
a
right, so
strong
sir, we'll look at impact a little bit further down the road. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to actually apologize.
Thank you.
So what we have, Mr. Calixto, is, no DRs, which is a good thing. You get excellent evaluations for your work in the kitchen. You've done some vocational programming around commercial cleaning, and you've done programs that have gotten you excellent evaluations, new thoughts and voices. So those are the positives. The crimes themselves are intensely concerning. So what I noted from reading your history, you were on probation for 2 counts of sexual assault, second and illegal sexual contact, also 2 counts, and had violated it twice, the probation. The second time being this enticing a minor by computer. The original victims in 2008 the victim was 15. And then you went on to victimize a 13-year-old who was in the 8th grade. And now you're victimizing an 8-year-old who is in 3rd grade. So that's a fact pattern that's incredibly concerning. You have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2099, and you are to appear on the state's sex offender registry for the rest of your life. You're clear about those things?
Yes.
Okay. So, the length of your sentence, and you will have 12 years of it over your head when you come out to 12 years of probation, is it is what it is because of the fact that you keep reoffending. You spoke of your support system keeping you on track or checking you. But that really needs to be an internal thing that you're doing with yourself all day, every day. You mentioned one of your high risks is being around young girls in a work setting. And you have to make a very conscious choice about where you are at all times and who's around you. I think what stood out for me, perhaps most in reading your cases, is that you've done a lot of treatment. You were in treatment in the community when you committed this crime. It just wasn't reported for a year. So you were actually undermining your own rehabilitation by violating the conditions of probation and of the treatment program you were participating in. Why did you make that choice?
Okay, so at that time that this happened, COVID was full-blown COVID at that time. And one of my risk factors is sex as coping. And like I said, that was stuff that, because I wasn't fully admitting to myself that I was a victim and I didn't get through that trauma, and being able to talk that out with this incarceration, and like I said, in the programs now, being able to address that. I had a lot going on. I was stressed out because of COVID. I was let go. My wife was pregnant and we lost a baby that year. I had a lot of stress and I had no outlet of being able to speak to my family, which that is something I've learned now, which I can say, hey guys, I'm struggling with this. Being able to notify my family that, or friends that, hey, I have to go to my therapy, because we weren't going to programs at that time because everything was shut down. So I didn't have an outlet to speak to anybody. That's not an excuse and not a justification. It's just an understanding of what I was going through at that time. And
when you were interviewed, sir, you said, or perhaps this was in the treatment program there in the facility, that you thought what you were doing, which was requesting this child send you illicit pictures of herself over Snapchat, was okay because of your trauma history.
so
But,
when I
but
was
in fact, you've been in treatment multiple times before, so you had to have known it was not okay.
So when I was in treatment before, I never explained my trauma, and I was still hiding that. Because I never exposed that, I was never, what's the word I'm looking for? That I was never like, I was still in denial. Like I was still saying I was okay, everything's okay. And then I kept going with that same attitude of it's okay. And it's not. It really isn't. And now me even talking about it now,
It's not just not okay, sir, it's criminal.
yes,
I mean, you victimized
yes.
this child and other children. What if you explain to your daughter, who's 17, about your crimes?
I explained to her the situation and that I needed to get help. I explained to her, like I said, she was part of the tough love. I didn't speak with her, and she didn't want anything to do with me because she was hearing from the family and everything. And then I finally spoke with her, and I explained my whole life situation. I explained the decision making and where I was enabled of thinking that things were okay. And she told me herself, she said, I am 17 at no point in time. I don't think that's okay. And that's coming from my 17-year-old. And I said, I understand that. And now I'm fully understanding everything. I make decisions, like I said, in here where it could be minute, but I have the choices. These are my dynamic factors. I have the choices to control my actions, control my feelings, my thought process. And if anything gets too much, okay.
What did you learn from the Track 1 program, or perhaps when you were participating in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, about grooming?
I learned that there's different forms of it, that everybody, you know, when you're growing up, you always think it's one form, and that there's multiple forms of grooming, and that sometimes that I do it without even consciously paying attention to, or how it could be perceived as it. Just little things where like I laugh and I smile, and it's like, that is a form of grooming. And that was being able to be self-aware of how I groom.
Well, that sounds like manipulation.
It's the start of it. You manipulate it to get it's okay, and then you begin the grooming with
ingratiate yourself. So
Yeah.
Talk to me about the grooming that you put this victim through.
Sorry, I didn't hear it. It broke up.
I'm interested in the grooming that you put this victim through and what your awareness is.
So with the victim, I was a family friend. And around this time, it was her birthday. And I said, hey, I can buy you whatever toy you want. And that we used to go out, I used to buy them whatever they want when we went to the stores. So that's how I was grooming with buying gifts.
Other ways that you were grooming?
Not in this particular case, no, because there was not that many multiple conversations with the victim.
Well, it did go on for some period of time between the ages of 8 and 9. Do you remember threatening to harm her family if she told anyone?
I do not remember that.
Okay, that is a form of grooming
Okay,
because it's the positives and then it's the negatives. So here's a toy, you tell anybody and I'm going to hurt your mother. That kind of
okay,
pressure that you put on a child to comply with your sexual demands.
okay, I got you.
So you have quite a bit of time left on this sentence. How do you think you could spend it productively there at the facility?
I'm currently enrolled in another program called Jericho Circle that finishes soon. I've been working since day one. I've been trying to enroll a lot of programs, but because of DOC's policies with, it has to be kind of on your OAP. So the programming for me, I submitted a request and stuff that I do actively ask for programs, but some of the facilities I've completed whatever they have, or I'm not eligible for other programming.
Okay, well, the one that stood out for me was a fatherhood program, a parenting, there's inside out dads, 24/7 dads, because you do have a young son.
Yeah, they don't offer that here. That's a program they don't offer at this facility. And I try to get that, but
Well, there are multiple versions of parenting programs in the prisons. So it's not just one. Some of them are volunteer led.
Okay.
So you believe your sentence is fair?
Yes, I do.
I do too. For repeat offenses, violations of probation, multiple victims, part of the sentence isn't just rehabilitation, but it's, to protect public safety. It's punishment.
Yes.
And that seems particularly relevant in your case. So talk to me about the impact on the victims, the children you've harmed.
Sorry, say it again.
Talk to me about the impact on the children that you've harmed, the victims.
Yep. I believe the impact that I created is shame. They feel shame. They lost trust in older people. And I think
perhaps Ben, because all of your victims were female, right?
Sorry, it keeps cutting off. Say it again.
You said lost trust in older people, but I'm thinking in men in particular, because weren't all of your victims female?
Yes, yes. And that kills me because the relationship I have with my daughter, I can only imagine what the victims go through and being able to lose that trust.
Okay,
and
let's go continue on with the impact on victims.
Yeah. And the other is that innocence. I think I took their innocence on that, and self-blame. I could only imagine that that's what they're doing. They're blaming themselves and questioning why me. I'm sure that's a big issue for them. I really do believe that self-blame is it's a lot. Sometimes it's hard for an adult. I can only imagine what a kid goes through.
So I would add to your list, pain.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling divorced from their bodies, alienated in a way,
Yeah.
traumatized, to think that you might come out and do some of the things that you said you would do. That, you know, this could happen involving somebody that their parents trusted and let into their lives only to be victimized.
Yeah.
And, you know, in terms of taking responsibility for the choices that brought you there, which is how you phrased it, you know, appreciating the harm is all part of that, because you have to be responsible for what you put out in the universe, you know, damaging other people.
And I'm ashamed of it. I really am. And that was part of the self-healing with the family and friends, where I kept saying, I said, I'd rather be open to everyone around me than not, and keep things inside and not share things. And that's huge, because it's,
Well,
it doesn't make
because
sense.
you commit these crimes in secrecy and in
Yes.
isolation. You take the victim for walks in the woods, you know, so it's important, if you are going to be accountable and not reoffend, that everything cards on the table
Yes.
situation.
And that's what I've done. And that's what I
you know-
said. That was what's different.
Yeah. And I do hear some change. But yet at the same time, I'm struggling with you saying to the parole officer that before this incarceration, you didn't think you were doing anything wrong. Yet you served periods of incarceration for crimes that you apparently didn't see.
Yeah, so when I made that statement was because before the crimes that were before, those were while I was in high school, and that's why I had that thought process that I said I didn't think I was doing anything wrong at that time, because I was in school, I was in a relationship, and then as I'm growing up and time's grown, I realized that it was wrong. And then I put myself in a shoe of me as a parent dealing with that with my kids. And now it's why, when you asked me if this incarceration was fair, my sentence was fair, it was, yeah, because it was a time where I had to accept my responsibility and realize why I'm here. I can't blame anybody else but me.
I guess, and I'm glad you got there. I just wish, you know, there hadn't been so many victims paying the price until you got there. Because, you know, the fact that you were in treatment and you were actively communicating with this child to send you illicit photos of herself while you were in treatment. Okay, thank you for talking with me, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Barrett?
No question. Thank you.
I have no questions. Trent covered everything. All right, Mr. Flixto, we're going to deliberate and we'll give you our decision in just a few moments. Just sit tight.
Thank you.
Ms. Turner?
Well, as I, you know, tried to lay out at the beginning, you know, there are positives, his behavior there in the facility, his work history out in the community. You know, he's engaged in programming and vocational education, the things that we would want to see. And that's all positive. But the criminal history and the repeated acts are troubling. I think perhaps he's got some new tools to work with, along with a support system. He wants to sponsor to his grandmother's home, and certainly has job skills. But I'm not comfortable granting discretionary parole. We make these decisions in light of interests of public safety, and he has said about multiple times of manipulating victims into criminal acts he's perpetrated against them.
Yes. Ms. Berry?
I also concerned about Mr. Calixto's criminal history. I would add to those reasons the fact that he was actually on probation under supervision and participating in treatment. He committed this offense. So for me, I really don't know how we can help him if you're not complying with the terms of your release and you've been out all the times and failed to reoffend and come back with new convictions. So for me, it's a denial as well.
As am I for all the same reasons. I was troubled that part of the evaluations where Mr. Calixto said, I didn't realize it was wrong because it happened to me. Obviously, if he was affected by it, it's hard to understand how you don't see how your behavior affects others.
I have a criminal history, nature and circumstance, and offense on probation.
Right, in the matter of Edward Calixto, 340687, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, and current offense committed while on probation. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Calixto, we could not vote you to parole today. Keep
Okay.
doing what you're doing, no disciplinary reports, working on yourself. So when you come out, you're the best person you can be.
Thank you, I will. I appreciate it
All
today. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Yep.
I'll take that.
This concludes the hearing for Edward Calixto, 340687. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Good morning. Hi, Deion Sanders.
All right, Mr. Sanders, they're just taking a quick break and we'll be back as soon as they all get back, okay?
All right, thank you. Well, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Hey, if it just went on reset, I'm gonna sit there right now. It just went on reset. Yeah.
For how long?
I told her it just slipped on because I just wanted to back to.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
No problem. Thank you.
Wait for a couple minutes.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning, my name is Deion Sanders, 386-832.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Deion Sanders, inmate number 3868. He's serving a total effective sentence of 5 years flat for sale of narcotic substance, and criminal possession of firearm, ammo, defense weapons. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed Voices, Tier 2, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Sanders, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I prepared a letter for the board today. I would like to read, if that's okay.
That is fine. Thank you.
First, I want to say thank you for the second opportunity to be seen. I know parole is a privilege. I'm not entitled to get granted parole, so I'm grateful for this opportunity. Since the last time I was seen, I spent more time reflecting on my actions and how I can be better. So one of the steps I took to improve the way I think and react to a situation, I added anger management to my OAP and got it completed. I learned coping skills such as deep breathing, and it's okay to talk it out. Fighting or arguing isn't the way, and that I can't control how someone feel or react to me, but I can control how I feel or react to them. So that puts me in control of the situation. I also learned how to get help in other ways as well, such as my mental health. I've lost 5 family members and 4 friends, so I wrote mental health and started talking to mental health, and I realized I wasn't addicted to drugs. I just didn't know how to deal with the trauma in my life, and I'm happy I took the initiative to talk about the trauma I've endured in my life. It actually feels better than the drugs I was poisoning my body with. So with that being said, I'm going to continue to talk to someone when I get home. I also learned through Tier 2 how I was poisoning my community and the effects it has on the body from using and selling, and how it breaks families up as well. I've also utilized the prison phone system to inquire about jobs that's hiring in New Haven and Bridgeport. I use the tablet FYI system to find programs that help people like me with employment and housing so I can be successful in the community. Employment is big for me, so I don't go back to dealing. Also people, places, and things, so I don't go back to using. This is another tool I learned from Tier 2 and Voices. So the first thing I'm going to do is seek employment and counseling if granted parole. I also learned that parole is here to help me be successful in the community. So I believe I'm a good candidate for parole. And I have some of the things that I wrote down, utilizing the phone and also school recommendations, such as I wrote down American Job Center, the Best Chance Program, Workforce Alliance, 370 James Street, Suite 401 in New Haven, Easter Seals Goodwill Community Reentry Services, 95 Hamilton Street in New Haven, City of New Haven Project Fresh Start, 165 Church Street, first floor. Call 211 to connect you with specific ex-offender reentry programs. Chipotle is hiring in New Haven, Five Guys, Walgreens, Starbucks, Lowe's, Taco Bell, Walmart, Aldi's, Five Below, and then this is Bridgeport, American Job Center, Bridgeport 2 Lafayette Square, Bridgeport, Connecticut 06604, and then the number is 203-455-2700. And then I wrote something down for Hamden as well, 37, I'm not too sure how to pronounce the street, Marne Street, Hamden, Connecticut 06514. 203-859-3200, and Waterbury 249 Thompson Avenue, Waterbury,
Okay,
Connecticut.
Mr. Sanders, we get it. You did a good job with your research. Good job with that. But your halfway house, you're going to New Haven? You'd like to go to New Haven, right?
Right to New Haven, I put
Okay.
Bridgeport as the backup.
All right. Well, you've got some good resources in both locations. So I'm happy to see that you scouted them out prior to coming today. It certainly shows initiative.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Berry is going to begin with questions this morning. Are you prepared? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. All right, Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sanders, I appreciate your preparing for today's hearing. It sounds as if you really took your last denial seriously. We wanted you to do some more work, and we did not want to set you up for failure, so we wanted you to participate in additional programming. We also wanted you not to receive any disciplinary infractions, and you were able to do that. You shared with us what you learned in the Tier 2 program, which I'm happy to hear that you were able to, and you took the initiative to reach out to mental health to try to get to the bottom of what's really causing you to use the drugs. So those are all tools that will help you combat your substance abuse when you're out in the community. What it won't help you with is your decision making. So I'm curious to see or hear about how you intend to navigate life now, clean and sober, away from those people that you grew up with and the neighborhood that you grew up with, and work at a job like I heard you say so many, Chipotle, because Chipotle is not going to pay you the way that selling drugs pay you. So I'm curious to know how you navigate life.
The first step I want to take is I want to go to AIC so I can learn how to fill out a resume, because that's important for me to even get hired at a job. That's the first step. And decision making for me, I'm still going to continue to do more anger management classes because I feel like one wasn't enough. And there's still more work that I can do to be better.
It looks like you do have some positive supports out in the community, but you also have a ton of co-defendants in your cases. So what was it about your mom and your grandmother and your father that they were telling you that these other people that you were caught selling drugs with were not? You understand my question? And I know it sounded a little crazy, but I'm saying your positive supports, I'm sure they're in your ear saying, Dion, don't do this, don't do that. You could do something so much better. And then you get caught with all these people who are bad, negative influence.
Honestly, it was my decision making. I can't blame it on nobody else. I'm gonna be honest. It was my decision making. I had people telling me the right things, but I just went down the wrong path. I'm not about to sit here and make no story up.
So that's why I was curious to hear how you navigate now, because you're going back, your Derby and New Haven are very close, so we know this. It doesn't, and if you have a valid driver's license, you can get to Derby easily. So I'm hoping that your mentality is that I'm done with that lifestyle, that I don't see that smoke.
I'm definitely done with that lifestyle. And the steps I'm gonna navigate is I'm gonna talk to more positive people, not talk to people that's dealing drugs. Call people that's working, not call people that's in the streets or ripping around in the streets. Call working people. And when I feel like my back is against the wall, I'm gonna talk to Parole. I'm gonna utilize Parole for what it's here for as well, for those things as well.
That's a good plan, Mr. Sanders, because you need to surround yourself with positive people. There's so many, as the chair said, there's so many places and resources in New Haven. You said about Project Fresh Start, but there's also Project Longevity. There's so many positive places where people are just like yourself, trying to reinvent themselves after coming back from incarceration, and they are wanting to do better. So, look into those things because they do help. You're not the only person in the world to probably experience some childhood trauma, which is what prompted you to start using the drugs. You're not the only person. So don't feel as though it's an isolated situation for yourself, because it's not. You need to
Yes, ma'am.
utilize all the help, all the resources that you possibly can while you're out, should you be granted parole today, so that you won't come back. You're young enough to make this entire thing something of your past. You're not even 30 yet. You need to start your dirty 30s being clean.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Serious. You have time to turn this thing around. You do.
Yes, ma'am. I feel like it's now or never for me anyways. I don't even, if things was to go wrong, which I know it's not, because I'm gonna surround myself around positive people, I'm gonna be real, I don't even want a second shot. Like, it's now or never for me, because if I don't turn it around now, then this is gonna be my life, more parole board meetings and all of that, and that's not what I want for my future. I don't have no kids, and I wanna leave for example for the kids as well, because I've been watching the news and I've been seeing a lot of young kids committing crazy crimes. So I want to lead by an example, honestly, and talk to the youth as well. So for me to show the youth that there's another way, I have to start with myself and lead by example, so they can see that I can do it, so they can do it.
Yeah, it's important. It really is. And I have to be honest with you that, you know, unfortunately, growing up in New Haven or in our urban communities, people such as yourself, they anticipate you're being inmate 36832. You know, that's why there's so many prisons. That's why there's so many people there in prison. We don't need the business. We really don't. And the last thing that we want for you is to be doing life in prison in installments. But the only way to avoid doing that is to stop participating in criminal activity. So it really does sound like you have, you know, I hear evidence of change. You absolutely have, you know, a solid release plan. I'm glad that you have positive supports in the community, and I'm happy that you were able to complete the programs we asked you to complete, and also refrain from incurring any additional disciplinary infractions. You should pat yourself on the back. You did a good job, and we hope that you continue doing that good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I honestly wish that you would have participated too in some kind of a vocational training, because that would have given you another, you know,
I was supposed to, not to cut you off, ma'am. I was supposed to start the GED program, because I've been getting transferred a lot, and every time it's time to start school, I've been getting transferred or I'm out of the facility, but that's no excuse because I have time. But I was catching disciplinary tickets as issues as well. So I got that together, and now I've actually got on the waiting list, and now it's time to start. I came here, and then now they're about to go on summer vacation. So I actually got something written down for that too, which is in the Valley Regional Adult Education on 54 Grove Street in Shelton. And then I have something, the registration starts in August. I have the number, and then I have the National External Diploma Program, which is to get a diploma as well. I gotta call and get the requirements for that. I know it's $13 admission fee or whatever the case may be, but once I get employment, or maybe I can get the money from a support system, they see me trying to do better, they'll give me the $13 so I can get in there and start that as well. Because without a GED or a diploma, I won't even be able to get a trade, which I have to get a trade for me to make a good, decent pay for me to survive, because I've been watching that as well. It's been hard out there.
Yeah, it is. I'm proud of you, Mr. Sanders. I am, and I really do hope that you keep that notebook or whatever it is that you have with all those notes in it. And you should really be like journaling until you get ready to go home, how horrible that experience has been with you being in prison, and how you never want to come back, to remind you of how you felt when you came in versus walking out of those prison doors into a new life and a new lifestyle. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sanders, I agree, you did really well. You did everything that we had wanted you to do. Your GED, I was going to ask about that, because I had a note that said you were working on that when you had been at Cheshire. But, you know, places like Career Resources, Fresh Start, they both offer opportunities to get your GED and for vocational training, especially that Fresh Start program. Right, now's the time to make that move.
All right, thank you.
All right. I also have a note that you have about structuring your day and how important that is.
Yes,
What's important about structuring your day?
it gets me prepared for the world first. So I have a routine. So I get used to getting up and not being lazy. Because lazy creates a habit of you not wanting to do nothing. So I get up 5 in the morning, I pray, then I make my bed, I wait till 6 o'clock so I can turn on my TV. Before that, I read some scriptures out the Bible, and then I wait for child, I get up, brush my teeth once count clear, and then after that, I come back from child, I read my books, few books that I have been reading, and then once count clear again, I work out. And then I shower, and then I go to chow again, just so I have that routine. If I get a job early, I can be up, and I'm not tired, so I don't take no naps during the day, none of that.
Perfect, because I'm going to tell you a couple things. Smoking pot makes you tired, makes you lethargic, makes you say, I don't really want to do it, I don't feel like doing it. And when you're home, you use that book. You write out what you need to accomplish in that day and the next day, so that you have a routine, a structure to your life. That is going to help you make better decisions.
Thank you,
But
ma'am.
and smoking pot is going to derail all of that.
I don't want to use no drugs. That's why I'm.
I hope not,
Yeah, help.
because it just is a recipe for
Destruction.
derailing your motivation. All right. There are too many programs out there that want to just help, give you opportunities. Take advantage of them.
Okay.
All
Thank you.
right.
Appreciate
All
it.
right. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Sanders, in your opening statement, you said that with the support of mental health, you have decided that you're not addicted to the substances you were using. You just didn't know how to deal with the trauma. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's an interesting statement because you have the highest possible drug score of 5 in DOC, and your drugs of choice have been marijuana, Percocet, and Suboxone.
Yes.
We see people with lower scores and way more serious substances, heroin, fentanyl, PCP. So I was surprised that you had a 5. And I wanted to take a second to talk to you about that statement because, you know, oftentimes people will unfortunately choose to self-medicate. Do you know that term?
Yes, ma'am. I've heard that here too.
Okay, so, you know, using drugs to escape, you know, responsibilities, stress, trauma, like you pointed out. But then the substances being addictive in nature kind of get their claws in you before you realize that now you have a habit, and that habit becomes a need. And it's filled with the cravings and the, you know, familiarity of the altered mental state that the drug creates for you, which you'd rather have than reality. So, you know, it doesn't have to be one or the other, but you have to be careful that, you know, dabbling in some of these drugs just based on their addictive nature can get a stranglehold on you. And then you are addicted because you were using 7 to 8 blunts a day. So all day, every day, you were stoned. And that was how you were going through life.
Yes.
You know, that should give you some pause because, you know, to choose to use that much on a daily basis may indicate that you had an addiction to it and that it was more than just a habit. So I just want to offer that to you to create some awareness. And, you know, you might think, well, you know, it's legal. I can pick up and, you know, smoke a joint. But that physical component of the addiction could get a hold of you very quickly all over again. So be careful.
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
you've done a lot of treatment programs out in the community, so I'm not sure you are dealing with an addiction, but I'm glad you understand that you have to deal with your mental health and support your well-being separate and aside from your history, the traumas, and the drug use. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, both of my colleagues got you to smile, but I guess I'm not gonna. Ah, there you go. Okay. All right. You're so serious. Okay. Well, I honestly wish you much success. It would be about 1.5 years of discretionary parole for you. And, you know, I know you've done all that research, but your parole officer can also help connect you to services and programs in the community to help you. Just build that relationship. They are part of your support system wanting you to be successful. They can help you connect you to GED programming as well. So.
I now realize that when I was a little bit younger, I used to be rebellious. So, oh, they just out to get me, but y'all not out to get me. It's just I didn't have no do-right mind. If you have a do-right mind, nothing's gonna happen negative. So all I gotta do is keep the mindset that I have and just want to help and be willing to talk about it and ask. Before I didn't know how to ask for help. Now I know how to ask for help. And it all started with me talking to mental health. Now I have no problem asking for help. Before I used to care what people think about me. Oh, he over there. No, I don't care about that no more. I gotta do what's best for me to be successful. Because when I lay
You know
down
what
at
I'm
night,
hearing,
it's only
Mr.
me.
Sanders? Maturity. You're growing up. Starting to think like an adult and not living like a child.
Yes, ma'am.
That's wonderful. You know, there are parole and probation do serve the function of accountability and keeping an eye, but they're put in place to also support and guide you as you transition back into the community and try to build a future for yourself. So let them do that, but build the relationship. They're not just out to get you.
Yeah, that's how I used to think.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, on a serious note, I want to say how sorry I am to learn of your grandmother's passing and extend my sympathies to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, ma'am.
Go out and do good, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sanders, hang on for a couple of minutes while we chat about your case.
Barry, thank you, Madam Chair. So I do believe that Mr. Sanders had gained some insight into his behavior. It sounds as if that Blackfield, it sounds as if he really has taken the additional time to work on himself and to develop a release plan. And I'm hoping that he is successful when he returns to the community. I believe that he's serving a flat sentence, and even though he rates out very high. I believe that the more supervision would be beneficial for Mr. Sanders so that he can transition from the facility back into the community, have the additional resources that parole will provide. So I would be in support of discretionary parole today.
As would I. Ms. Turner?
I am as well. I just, two quick things. He does have the deadly weapon offender registry, but one of his co-defendants is his mom. Did you all read that?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your relationship with your mom like?
My relationship with my mom is fine. I'm gonna be honest with you. My mom was my co-defendant, not by choice. It was drugs that I had in her house that she wasn't aware of that I had, and I had to tell them that that was mine. That's why my mom was my co-lead. So I took full accountability for my actions. My mom wasn't selling drugs or dealing, none of that.
Yes, that's it.
And halfway house, mental health treatment, anything else?
I have domestic violence. He was on probation for an assault third that was terminated. Did you ever complete DV in the community?
I went to MCCA and all of that for that. So like that, but no DV, I'll do it. I don't have no problem doing that.
Are you still in a relationship with, J.E.?
No, that was when I was a kid.
Was it?
That was years ago, almost more than almost a decade ago.
Okay.
I do
I know
have,
you were on probation for that, so I know that they would have had you complete that program. So that's fine.
I have two co-defendants from 2021, Alfred McBride and Angel Martinez.
I also have a Parole Scott.
Yeah, that was the 2020.
Okay, so those three co-defendants, halfway house and mental health treatment?
Okay.
Okay,
Mental health evaluation.
All right, so in the matter of Dion Sanders, 386-832, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, June 8, 2026, with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no contact with following co-defendants, Angel Martinez, Alfred McBride, and Carlos Scott. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Saunders. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, keep that notebook handy,
Yes, ma'am.
thinking through those decisions.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right,
This concludes
Grateful
the
for this
hearing.
opportunity.
good choices.
Sanders, inmate number 386-832.
All right. Thank you.
Barry.
Sir, can I have your name, please?
Barry.
Good morning. My name is David Ferry.
Okay, just 1 second. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, June 8, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Panel member Barry, good morning.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
David Ferry, 444-380.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for David Ferry, inmate number 444-380. He is serving a total effective sentence of 20 years, executed suspended after 6 years. followed by 15 years of probation for sexual assault third and illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 5th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the PSV short track and carpentry programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Ferry, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to clarify, did you say that I completed the short track?
Yes.
I completed track 1, the extended one.
That's the short track.
Oh,
How
okay.
many weeks was it?
I believe 36.
Track one.
All right, I was told that the short one was short track and the other one was called track 1, but maybe just the names are different.
No, you're correct.
Okay. I believe I am ready for release because I believe I have changed. The 3 main ways I have changed my lifestyle is I have stopped looking at pornography, and I am disgusted when I see guys' pictures posted all over the dorm. I believe God has taken this past desire and addiction away from me, including I have not acted out in over 3 years, praise God. I consider this a miracle, something I did almost every day, wanted to stop, but could not or would not on my own. I was bound to this selfish physical act, and now I'm set free. I have lost weight, about 100 pounds since my crime, and continue to strive to live a holy, healthy, happy, humble life. This is important because lust of the eyes and lust of the flesh feed off each other. So I must not allow any evil in any place of my life, not just in the area of my crime. And I have become a reader. I used to read the Bible occasionally for 5 minutes, but binge Netflix and social media for hours, often looking for my high. Now I read the Bible daily, usually morning and night, and have read straight through twice and am halfway through my third. A commitment I've tried and failed at about a dozen times prior to prison. I have also read about 30 other books, some Christian empowerment and some easy read recreational novels. I am proud of all 3 of these changes and believe they are solid changes, which I started before prison and have continued. So I believe I shall continue the rest of my life. They have spiritually edified my being, mentally provided a positive outlet to avoid negative choices, and have shown me I have the self-control through Christ who strengthens me to change for the better. Finally, I believe I can use all that I have done, both bad and good, to help others believe they can change before they ruin theirs and their families' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferry. We appreciate you putting together a statement for us. So you're right, you did do the long track program. You're on the sex offender registry for life, and you've done some vocational programming at the facility. We're going to be asking you some questions. At the end of our questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision about parole.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll begin with the questions this morning. So I was reading that prior to your offense, you were in 2012 participating in a Christian-based program that involved addressing sexual, as it said, immorality issues.
Yes.
Immorality issues. So why do you think that didn't work for you and that you committed this offense?
It didn't work for me because it was a small group of guys, and depending on the outcome of the group's success that week, it was a weekly meeting. If more guys had fallen to their temptation of their sexual desire, then it lowered my confidence and maybe depressed me that we were fighting a bigger battle, and it would often lead me to fall that week. Whereas if other guys, if more of the group was successful that week, it encouraged and empowered me, and I had a more successful week. So after about 2 years of that program, I did not see much change. The information was all information that I understood, but it still was not relieving me of the addiction that I desired to stop doing, which was looking at pornography and masturbating.
All right. So you keep mentioning pornography. Your offense is against a minor child. So
Yes.
were you looking at child pornography?
I was not looking at illegal child pornography, but I did eventually get into looking at incest, where a stepdaughter would come on to their stepfather. And this was my stepdaughter's daughter that I touched.
And is that how you believe you got to that place, is by looking at that type of pornography to where you sexually assaulted your
Well,
your granddaughter?
I have been looking at pornography since I was 10 years old. And so when I was younger, I used to fantasize about an older woman having sexual relations with me as a child. And my sexual fantasies grew out of control. Almost every environment that I was in could be a sexual fantasy. And so I lived in that fantasy world more than I lived in a natural, holy, righteous world. I would retreat there when anything went wrong or I had downtime. I spent way too much time there fantasizing about things that should never happen. So even after I wanted it out of my life, after I got saved in 2004, I just did not know how to stop looking. And so eventually, as most addictions do, it just continued to progress. And the internet just kept sending me stuff that sounded more and more interesting. As I looked at one video, another video would pop up and I would just keep on watching them. And it got to the point where I was watching incest porn. And so I was attracted to my stepdaughter and her daughter.
Okay.
So
All right. And you participated in the Track 1 sex offender treatment program. So can you tell me a little bit about what you identified as your risk factors in that program and how you intend to put together a relapse plan for the community and deal with your triggers?
Well, my risk factors were having downtime. Any downtime I had was almost always going to fantasy or pornography. And so now I strongly, as I read, I work out more, pretty religiously, habitually. I work out. I read more often. I chose not to purchase a television when I came into prison because I knew that my habit of binging would cause me to not study God's word, not seek any good, healthy environment, and not work out. So choosing not to buy a TV was a huge positive choice for myself, and that is something that I also continue to do in the future. I don't plan on either having a TV if I'm in my own apartment or watching TV if I'm living with my mother or somebody else, because not that I can't enjoy a TV show or a movie, but binging it is not healthy. Everything is very sexualized nowadays, so it's difficult to watch a bunch of TV and not have sexual thoughts come to you. So when sexual thoughts do come to me, I rebuke them in the name of Jesus, and then I change my mindset, which often means turning off the movie, not watching the TV show, looking away if it's just a quick scene, or changing my environment if I'm in an area where I'm feeling triggered. then I have to leave that environment and go somewhere else. And my basic mentality is that I have to do the opposite. If I'm laying in bed and I'm having negative thoughts, then I have to get up. If I'm in a crowd, then I need to isolate. If I'm alone and I'm having negative thoughts, then I need to call somebody that I can trust and let them know that I'm having these feelings so that I don't face it alone.
Okay. All right. Anything else? What else have you taken away from the program? It's a long program.
From that program, one of the big things I've learned is that it is a serious worldwide problem that needs help. And I did not have the proper help out there. So I am strongly believing that I am going to be able to help my community and the world around me after I fully get myself right and understand it better. Because even with the 36 weeks, we had to rush through every single chapter. And being the sensitive nature of the information and how we are treated in this facility, I could not bring that information back to the dorm with me to fully read up on it. So I didn't get to read most of the stuff. I only got to really take in what we discussed in class, and I don't have a photographic memory. So I look forward to studying this, maybe even getting a degree in an area of this sort so that I can become a life coach or a counselor to be able to help people to deal with this, to prevent it and live a better life. So knowing how big of a problem this is, and hearing the other guys talk is one of the big things that I got out of the program. And that there is information to help us understand how to live a better life, that it is out there. It's just not readily available and popular, so it's not talked about.
Okay, so Mr. Ferry, what is your plan for release? I see you want to live with your mother and she's agreed to be your sponsor. What do you know about attending treatment in the community?
So I have talked with Connections. I was aware that there is something in Meriden, the town that my mother lives in, but I'm not positive that it is a Connections facility, treatment center. So I don't really know a lot. I know what I hear from other guys, and I take that with a very grain of salt because I know everybody's situation is what they get out of it is what they put into it. So a lot of guys talk negative about the system and parole and probation, rather, because they weren't willing to follow the rules and do what they had to do. I not only want to do what I have to do, I want to go above and beyond to be able to help people after I am fully helped myself. So whatever programs there are out there, I am not only willing to take them, but I am willing to become a leader after I have successfully learned the programs.
All right, well, that sounds like somebody who wants to do well and get the most they can and address what their problem is. I looked at what you identified as a high-risk situation was unsupervised contact with minors. Have you thought about how you'll handle that in the community?
Right away, I will not be able to have any unsupervised contact with minors. I'm going to have to prove myself and earn people's trust.
Okay. You know that's going to entail avoiding certain locations, certain maybe family functions.
Well, so if it was a family function, would there not be supervised adults there to?
That would have to be set up and approved by the program and probation and parole.
Okay.
Okay. My next question is, you have been unable to take the Voices program. So, you know, the Voices talks about the harm to the victim, the victimization of crimes like this. What do you think the harm to the victim is? What do you think the harm to this young person is?
Well, my granddaughter right off the bat was scared of me, somebody who she loved and respected. And I'm sure that is going to stick with her for a very long time, partially all of her life. And I truly believe that it is going to take the forgiveness of God and her forgiving me so that she is able to get over the hurt of what I've done to her, so that she can be released from the pain that I've caused her. Because as I have received their forgiveness, as they gave it to me, when I had court hearing a year and a half ago, it released me from so much guilt and shame when I heard that my daughter and my granddaughter had forgiven me. So I know that that forgiveness is powerful, and I know that is something she's going to need and that others are going to need. Other than that, I'm sure she is going to have difficulty trusting people, men in particular, but even anyone, possibly having problems with people touching her, even doctors. And I pray all the time for her healing and recovery of this that I caused,
Okay,
as well
Mr.
as the
Ferry.
rest of my family.
I don't
I
have any
heard-
other questions.
I-
Ms. Turner?
I have hurt every single person that I love, whether from the crime or from going to prison. I have hurt every single person that I love. So remorse doesn't even begin to tell how bad I feel, but feeling bad is not going to help them. So I am trying to help myself become better so that I can eventually, when I have earned their trust to talk with me, help them become better.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ferry, thank you. Ms. Turner?
Mr. Ferry, in your communication with my colleague, you referred to, or maybe it was in your opening statement, your pornography use was not illegal child pornography.
That's correct.
Okay, do you understand that there's no such thing as legal child sexual abuse material?
Well, so the porn that I was referring to was an 18-year-old stepdaughter. It was not illegal. It was a child coming
Well,
on
it
to her
was
stepfather.
pornography, adult pornography depicting the incest that you referred to.
Correct.
Okay,
So-
but I just wanted to
But it
make
was-
sure that you weren't qualifying some child sexual abuse as material as illegal and not all of it.
I
Because it
understand,
all
yes.
Okay.
Yes, to clarify, I understand that all, yes, nothing I watched was on a dark website or something like that. It was YouTube and Google, but
Okay, but that doesn't mean it's
not illegal.
not problematic, right?
Correct, no. I mean,
Okay.
I knew
But
that.
talk to me a minute about the situation with your wife. You're separated. What's the future of that marriage?
Separated right now is the only outlook for the future. She has not talked about divorce, and she does not plan on getting back together. So I will
What are
be,
you planning?
I will be whatever I can be to her. If I can be a friend or a helper or a handyman or whatever I can do to help my wife. She has been faithful and stuck through me this whole entire time. And so I have no intentions on leaving her or.
Well, just
moving on.
understand that, you know, her standing by you might negatively impact her relationship with her children and grandchildren. So, you know, that's part of being responsible is for the crime that you committed is appreciating, you know, the various ways that people have been harmed, not just let down by you, but, you know, in relationships that they have with other people who are tangential to your crime. A couple of things stood out for me that I'm going to raise as concerns just because, you know, you will be back in the community at some point and you have a ongoing problem in your life that will need continually addressing. So the group homes that you worked at, what was the population?
Adult males, highly functioning.
But they were in a group home setting because?
They had difficulty remembering to do their daily living activities like brushing their teeth and taking a
Okay,
shower.
so there were some cognitive limitations.
Yes,
Okay. So we're talking about a vulnerable population.
yes,
Okay. And then you were part of the Christian Clown College and did mission trips. Is that something you intend to continue doing?
It does not look like it right now, but it would be if it was something that became available again.
Okay. You're on the sex offender registry for the rest of your life. I don't see that ever becoming acceptable or appropriate.
Okay, well then it would not be then.
Okay. It's just potentially it's a problematic mechanism through which you could continue to perpetrate the crimes like what you are incarcerated for currently. All right. You were arrested in 2022 for animal cruelty. Can you tell me about that?
I drove to the store with my dog with the air conditioning on. I parked in the shade with the windows cracked open, all of the windows, all 4 windows. And I was in the store for about 15 minutes when a police officer came inside and said, "Who owns the van?" I went outside. They had already broken the window and took my dog out. They later found out from the animal control officer that the dog was not in any harm based on the appearance of the dog's gums. And so whoever called as soon as I parked the car, and the cops responded right away, and it was premature in my opinion. And
well,
it was
nobody knew how long you'd been gone or how long you were going to be gone. And what time of year was this?
It was summertime.
Yeah, okay. And you've heard all the news coverage about how fast the temperature goes up in a motor vehicle in those warm summer days. You hear about children that get left in cars, but it's never appropriate to do that with an animal. Okay. Your employment plans going forward? You didn't cover that, did you?
I do not have anything planned. I took the carpentry class in Cheshire, and that is a field that I would like to get into.
Well, you've done construction in the past, right? You've been a
Yes.
laborer and, okay. Do you
Yes,
have
I have.
any leads? Leads?
There was one gentleman that I met in here that says he owns a company and could find me a job. And then there was a pastor that came to New Haven. His first name is Jerry, and I know the church that he goes to in Hamden. So he has his own roofing business, and he prefers to hire felons because he was one himself. And so I'm looking at those 2 as potential options to start with. But I'm not opposed to doing any type of work. So I am certain that I will be able to find something to get on my feet and then continue looking for an ideal job.
You're new to this, not having a prior conviction. There are reentry centers around the state that help those coming out of incarceration connect with employers who are willing to hire people with a criminal history. So, that might be a safer bet than, someone you met there in the facility, whether they were serving a sentence or, so just be aware that your probation officer can help connect you to felon-friendly, they call them, employers. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Berry?
No question. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't see that, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Ferry, we're all done with our questions for today. We're going to deliberate and give you our decision in just a moment.
Thank you.
So Mr. Ferry is before us today for sexual assault and a victim under
16, and illegal contact with a victim under 13. The victim was 9 at the time. This is his only conviction. He's serving a 6-year sentence. He has 5 years probation to follow that. He does score low on all the risk assessments. He has maintained some level of good behavior in the facility. He has 1 ticket in 2023 for refusing housing. Completed the sex offender treatment program in the community. Hasn't completed the Voices program. He's been working in the carpentry vocational program as well. He does have support in the community. He has his mother to sponsor too. He does have a plan for treatment in the community as well. Apparently, he's done some look into where he'll be required to attend treatment. I do think that Mr. Berry has, aside from the Voices program, has completed what is needed to be suitable for parole today, and I would vote him to discretionary parole. Ms. Turner?
A very serious offense. He took an addiction to pornography and then acted on it, resulting in the victimization of a very young child that he had access to. And that's concerning because he's made that leap from fantasizing to acting out, and admitting that he has an attraction to minor females, both his victim and her mother. So that's concerning to me. I'd like to see Mr. Ferry do some more work on himself with Voices, New Thoughts, even a parenting program, because I think understanding child development and appropriate boundaries might also help him going forward. So, we're looking at taking 2.5 years off the 6 years by him being out early on discretionary parole. That feels like a big leap to me. So I'm leaning towards a deny and a re here.
Okay. And Ms. Berry?
I think, I agree with some of what you said, Madam Chair. He has completed some of the programs that we would have liked to see, and given the nature of his offense. And he has remained out of trouble. So those do stand out as elements of suitability. I think that his saying that the victims in this offense have given him grace and forgiven him is also that's a gift. I'm just looking at the time that he came in 23, so he's almost done 3 years, and he's not done until 2028. I know that I'm torn because I know that he'll get the help that he needs out in the community, and it would better serve him receiving that treatment in the community to address his issues. But I also think that some more programming could be appropriate as well. So he does have supervision to follow. So I I'm going to vote to deny him as well today and rehear him. I think that with 15 years of probation, we want to set him up for as much of a success as we possibly can prior to his going out into the community. And I know, Madam Chair, this puts you in a situation with another case that if
Oh, no, it's all fine. I'm certainly going to go on the minority in terms of granting, but I am in favor of the rehear. So what would you think is appropriate for a time frame on the rehear?
If we gave him 10 to 12 months, then he would still have a significant period of time on discretionary parole to begin problem sexual behavior treatment in the community.
I mean,
So something like April.
that's what I was thinking as well. And like that, in that time, he could do so many other things. A relapse prevention plan, set up. Heard him talking about his treatment out in the community. I hope that will continue.
And reasons for a denial? Nature and circumstance? Inadequate institutional program participation?
Let's go with those two.
Okay. Ms. Berry, anything else? Okay. So in the matter of David Ferry, 444380, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense and inadequate institutional program participation. Right, second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. The panel would rehear Mr. Ferry's parole case in April 2027, recommending that he complete additional positive programming to include right now the Voices program that's on his OAP, New Thoughts if it's available to him,
Maybe a tier, because I see
a cheer program, and remain
Drunk, yeah.
and remain DR free. Did I get everything? All right. So, Mr. Ferry, we will see you in April 2027. The panel is hopeful that you'll be able to complete some additional programming prior to that time.
Thank you, ladies. God bless you.
This is the hearing for David Ferry, inmate number 444380. You're all set, sir.
Good thoughts is like Voices.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, June 8th, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Councilmember Berry.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jason Minor, 439486.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Minor, inmate number 439486. He is serving a total effective sentence of 8 years executed suspended after 2 years and 6 months, followed by 5 years of probation. for criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, or defense weapon, threatening first, violation of probation with underlying charge of conspiracy to commit larceny first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 24th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and since his last hearing, the offender has completed New Thoughts, Domestic Violence, and Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Minor, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning, everybody. First, I'll start off with I want to apologize to the victim on my case. I want to apologize to her for all the trauma and stress I put her through since being in and out of our relationship. And I hope I can get forgiveness for her. Get forgiveness from her. And I want to thank the parole board for giving me a second opportunity to express my feelings on why I should get granted parole. Being incarcerated helped me to take accountability on my actions that led me here today, and to realize that there are better and more positive ways to go about things to avoid being in a place like this, and be a positive role model for my younger siblings. During my incarceration, I have enrolled in the Jericho Circle program. In this program, I had learned to express my feelings, more grounded techniques to use, and values I want to work on when I get out. And I also completed the domestic violence program. In that program, I have learned to be respectful and control my emotions and avoid situations, and to stop trying to be controlling and hear my partner out. In the Voices and New Thoughts program, I have learned violence never the answer, and to stop making stupidity decisions that will mess my life up. And there are a lot of positive and supportive things I could do at a young age as mine. So I have gained valuable lessons about myself that led to all my past choices and all the programs I participated in. I have learned what it feels like to fail and disappoint everyone in my life by the poor decisions I made, and I'm ready to show everyone the changes in the mature young man I become. Later on in life, I'd like to start a community center program for the youth in my community, or maybe become a therapist to help them avoid making mistakes in life. I'll be enrolling back into CDL schools at American Alliance and start back working with the WMC Transportation Company as a passenger assistant. I strongly feel like I made a big change in my life in the past 2 years being incarcerated, and I believe I have so much more to offer and given this opportunity here today. Thank you so much.
Whew, you went through that awfully quick. All right, Mr. Minor. So you were here before, right? You were here in September.
Yes, ma'am.
The panel wanted you to do some things. So we're going to ask you some questions just like last time. At the end of our questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right, Ms. Turner.
So thank you, Mr. Minor, for that opening statement. How did you deal with the denial when you saw the board last year?
I took it as like a second chance, like as if they gave me a second chance, like it was, I still had a fight left in me. And I used all that time wisely to complete what they wanted, all the programs. I started volunteering to more programs during the time, and take my time to like real reflect on everything, and all the decisions I'm making, learn. And that time that the deny that they gave me helped me have the time to learn more about myself and become a better person.
Do you like yourself, Mr. Minor?
Yes, ma'am.
It's important, to care about yourself and to build your self-esteem. A lot of the need to control other people, especially your partner in an intimate relationship, is, fueled by low self-esteem.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am. We learned a lot about that in domestic violence program.
Yeah. Why do you think you didn't feel good about yourself when you were young and out in the community? You're still young, but
yeah. I feel like I was still like, I still had a young mind, and like I wasn't really like my surroundings in the area. I didn't have the time to really like think about things. Like everything was like quick for me. So everything I did was like at a young age. Is like I grew up too quick, and I ain't never had the time to really reflect on things or really see like what's happening, like things in front of me, like the bigger picture, like in life. Like I didn't really think about life in front of me till now. Like,
So a little bit on the fast track.
yes, ma'am.
It also seemed that you were perhaps living in the moment and not thinking through your choices,
Yes, ma'am.
anticipating consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought it was appropriate that you apologized to the victim. I do believe that you caused her some trauma and stress. Anybody would undergo those feelings when their life is being threatened in a very real way by somebody who knows them, somebody who's willing to show off a firearm on a FaceTime call.
Yes, ma'am.
You do know that this sentence carries the deadly weapon offender registry?
Yes, ma'am. I was aware.
Okay, so that's important that you abide by that carefully because it can bring you back to prison if you don't. When you were on that call with the victim, you were already broken up. When you chose to scare her and threaten her, what did you think that was going to get you?
I knew it was. I wasn't thinking at first. So like after the call and everything, it all hit me like, yeah, I messed up. Like, and I wasn't thinking at the time. I wasn't thinking about my emotions, her emotions, nobody feeling. Until.
So why do you think you did it?
I think I did it out of rage, like out of rage, out of emotions.
And that was because she ended the relationship? You felt rejected?
Because we went through, like, that day, it was a lot going on between me and her, like, arguing through text messages back and forth, phone calls, back and arguing. It was just so much going on at that time. It was just like, there was a lot of emotions was in there, and we didn't know at the time, we didn't know how to express each other, so anger was always our go-to thing in our relationship. It was always anger.
I can appreciate, conflict, fueling those fires of like, I'm not being heard or I'm not getting my way,
but that's never.
And feeling angry, but you took it to a whole different level, threatening her life. And I'm trying to understand, like, objectively, someone threatens to kill you, you're not going to say, all right, let's get back together. Why would you? You want that person as far away from you as possible. So I'm trying to appreciate your motivation in the moment. And it was just to put her in her place. That's a question. Are you frozen, sir? Did we lose you? That's, yeah. A lot of time to think about an answer. Give us a minute if you are watching. You can see us.
Frozen in time.
Hello, officer.
Hello, sorry, our facility lost power for a minute and it took me a couple of tries to get back online, but I
Yeah, that's what we
apologize.
heard. I was about to give you a call and just see if you were having trouble getting reconnected.
Yeah, no, I was just able to get it, so I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem. Yep, so this is still Mr. Minor?
Yep.
Yep, so the board will go ahead and continue with him in just a moment.
Thank you.
We are ready.
Okay, Mr. McCain, sorry about that. I'm sorry, Mr. Minor. Sorry about that. You all had a
Yeah, power outage.
outage. Okay. So the question that I was posing to you is, what did you hope to get out of threatening your ex-girlfriend in that moment?
To be honest, I was positive about controlling. I was thinking about like maybe she like, oh no, I don't. Like I'm just move away from fall back from more like I can't leave him or just that. But I didn't want it to come out like in that type of meaner. Like, but I
So you thought it would be a ploy to win her back?
Something like yes. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to say to you is, if she had been afraid of you killing her and decided to come back to you because that would be safer than staying away, then you don't have a girlfriend, you have a hostage. Right?
Yeah,
and a real imbalance in power because you're with somebody who's actually just with you because they're more afraid of you.
Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just important insight. I think you were grasping at straws, oftentimes in a breakup where there's been abuse, you'll try a variety, the offender who's being abusive will try a variety of tactics, roses and threats, throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So would you be comfortable going out to parole and taking another domestic violence program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I want to participate in more programs when I get up. More programs. I want to go to therapy. I want to participate in more and learn more stuff about myself. I want to get.
I mean, it's a journey, right? You know, your whole life you learn about yourself because you're always changing.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'll be in a different place and can learn new and more things to help you have healthy relationships with your partners going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we saw the letter about the transportation aid job. Is that part-time or full-time?
That's that I'm trying to make that to a full-time. At first it was just a part-time, like a summer thing, but now I'm trying to make it turn into a full-time job.
Okay. So I did read that it was part-time before and it was under the table, right?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. I just want to make sure you understand you're turning a corner. If you're granted parole, you can't work under the table. It needs to be a legitimate, you're earning a paycheck, you're paying taxes,
Yes,
you're being an adult, right?
Yes,
Okay, great. All right, thank you for talking with me and I wish you much success. Get that CDL and build yourself a career.
Thank you so much.
All right, Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Minor, why did you get another disciplinary infraction after your last hearing?
That disciplinary was a contraband because I had brought my friend a spray. I guess I had brought him a spray bottle. The spray bottles, we use spray bottles in here for like as an incense in our dorm. Like let's say if something smelled bad, we spray. I had brought a spray bottle to somebody in the bathroom. And I'm not doing that, whatever's going on in here, they doing the wrong thing. I had brought to them and they had gave me an accessory to contraband. I had talked to lieutenants, SEALs about it. They all tell me like, it was not like too crazy, like a big of a deal to really go about it. Like it was just cause I brought him something, a spray bottle. I should never brought him the spray bottle. And he was nagging on the situation about it, like talking like a lot of junk.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you, Mr. Minor. What does that spray bottle have to do with the marijuana that the other person had? How could he have used that? Or what? Because he was trying to get rid of the smell.
They gave me accessory to contraband.
Oh.
Accessory, so like I wasn't. They gave me from bringing the spray bottle to him.
So I wasn't putting the two together. So now I understand.
Yes.
Did you know he was in the bathroom smoking marijuana?
No, I did not know at all. When I walked in, I smelled the aroma, but when I already handed the spray bottle, I walked out and the CO came and took me out.
All right. I'm upset.
All right, I don't have any questions. Great. So, Mr. Minor, we're all done with the questions today. So we're going to deliberate. We'll give you our decision in just a couple of minutes.
Okay,
Right,
yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Turner?
So Mr. Minor was on probation when he got these new charges. He was serving for a conspiracy to larceny, which was basically a carjacking. You know, so the level of offense seriousness is right up there. He scores high on both instruments for his risk to reoffend. He has taken this time, especially post previous hearing, to work on himself and completed some positive programs, all of which I think we would want to see him take. He comes out with a solid release plan to go to his mom's in New Haven and provided us with a letter verifying a job offer, though we don't know exactly whether it's full-time or part-time. He is admitting to the offense, which is a change for him. He was appropriate in beginning his opening statement with apology to the victim. He clearly learned some important information in the domestic violence program that he can use to conduct himself respectfully, as he said, in relationships in the future, and is demonstrating a willingness to continue that work through programming in the community. I think he would best be served by this 6-month period, approximately 6-month period of discretionary parole before beginning the 5 years of probation, stepping out as a very young person into adulthood, basically, at this point. So I am a grant.
And Ms. Barrett? I would support as well. Conditions?
Behavior management for domestic violence, no contact with the victim, initials JR, and general no contact with the underlying co-defendants. We have names for 2 of them. One was a juvenile. We just have initials. Tavion Hart and Giovanni Abreu.
Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. In the matter of Jason Minor, 439-486, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, June 8th, 2026, with following stipulations. Community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact with victim JR, and general no contact with co-defendants Tavon Hart and Giovanni Abrisi. Do I have a second?
Okay. Say and KR.
Well, we don't have the full name. It was a juvenile.
Oh, okay. I don't know where I got it from, but
KR Jr.? KR.
Just Giovanni's last name I have spelled Abreu.
Abreu. Yeah.
Abreu? Okay, I'll say that. General no contact with these co-defendants. Tyvon Hart, and someone with an individual with the initials KR Jr. and Giovanni Abreu. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Minor, congratulations. You did good work between the last hearing and now.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
y'all so much. I appreciate y'all.
Okay. Do well.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for 486. Good afternoon. Can I have your name, please?
Anthony Duncan.
Give us 1 second. Good afternoon. My name is Parole. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Panel Member Barry, Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Anthony Duncan, 332-656.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application for Anthony Duncan, inmate number 332-656. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years to serve, followed by 4 years of special parole for assault first, 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm and defense weapon, possession with intent to sell narcotic substance, violation of conditional discharge with underlying charge of sale of hallucinogen/narcotic. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed to show the offender has completed anger management. He is currently participating in the Tier 4 program and recovery coach program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk of recidivism. Mr. Duncan, this is your opportunity to express to the board granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Parole Board. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to be heard. I start by accepting full responsibility for my actions, and I would like to apologize to my community, the victim and his family for any harm, undue hardship they may have suffered as a result of my crime. I will also offer the same apologies to my family for any shame, embarrassment, or problems they may have suffered through my actions. I am grateful that I have the unique opportunity to experience of being able to apologize face to face to my victim, Mr. Moore, as we were both housed here on the same compound together for more than a year. It was a humbling and very gratifying to be able to shake Mr. Moore's hand and tell him face to face, I'm sorry and I apologize for the actions I took that caused him harm. Further, he was one of the ones that told me about the Tier 4 program, as he suggested it could help me continue to work on myself. I am so grateful that I took his advice. Since the onset of my sentence, I have gone in many directions, all at once, some good, some not so good. Even so, I have managed to fully fulfill the criteria of my OAP. I completed voices and anger management. I have also completed fatherhood, got my I also completed fatherhood and also got my search safe. I also went to school for CNC manufacturing. I was also able to participate in a walk for Special Olympics, which was very humbling experience for me. My time, I also managed to maintain a job for 3 years in the kitchen and a tierman job for a year and a recreation job for a couple months. However, the biggest catalyst for me changing was coming to Tier 4.
This is after I got caught up in smoking K2 and again, after the conversation that I had with Mr. Moore, my victim. I am eternally grateful that I took his suggestion for Tier 4. Since coming into the program, I have been able to truly identify patterns that led up to the choices I made that led me into the negative life I was living. Tier 4 has opened my eyes and doors for opportunities to live a better life. Since being in the Tier 4 program, not only has my peers seen the change in me, but DOC custody, which has offered me and gave me back my job. I have participated in Prison of Peace, which works on teaching conflict and resolution throughout peer meditation, mentorship. I am currently enrolled in C-Card Recovery, which will qualify me to be employed, skilled in recovery field. The Tier 4 has also offered me the opportunity to pursue one of my passions. I have been an avid proponent of the benefits of physical training here as a scheduled part of Tier 4 program, which was allowed to start facilitating an exercise group that meet twice a week. I attend regular NA meetings 4 to 6 times each week. I am confident that I have a great foundation to lead for a fully success and productive life, a valuable contributor to society, the community upon my release. I have also gained a positive offer for employment and further enhance my opportunities for success transitioning back into society. I have the love and support of my family and friends and loved ones. Should I be granted the privilege of parole, I am confident that I have the necessary tools to make the most out of my opportunity and continue on my path to recovery and living a productive life. Again, thankful you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Mr. Duncan. I have got a letter. I don't know if my parole officer has received it yet, but I have a letter of employment upon release and a character letter. I had caught the flu when they sent me to Osborne, so my family and friends sent their letters. They looked me up, they sent them to Osborne, so a couple of my character letters wasn't sent back to Carl Robinson yet, but I do have a letter of employment and I have one character letter. When my counselor, she screened it and faxed it and sent it to parole. But thanks for hearing me out. I hope I'm finding your favor to give me parole today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Duncan. We did get one letter about employment and another character letter for you. We got those this morning, okay? So you can put that aside. All right, we're going to ask you some questions, then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Duncan, I appreciate your opening comments and I appreciate your sharing with us your desire to return to the community and make better decisions. I have to say that the nature of your convictions are very concerning. And then you come into the facility and you accumulate 5 disciplinary infractions, all of which were for using K2. I'm happy that you are in the Tier 4 program. I think that that's exactly where you need to be. That's the best program that DOC has to offer. But because my records indicate that you participated in treatment for substance abuse previously. So tell us this time what is going to be different, aside from your being older and your being tired. What is going to be different about this release than the prior release?
This time, I'm a totally different person I was once before, and it's thanks to the Tier 4 program. Since being in there, I learned about why I was thinking the way I was thinking, and it came from the lifestyle I was living, I was brought up in. So it was like the criminal thinking turned me, it became like the normality, and I thought it was okay and acceptable, which is not. I came to understanding that I have to be more aware of my life and other people's lives and understand that it's more to life than what I thought it was. And being in the Tier 4 program, it has taught me that. I have learned about my criminal thinking. I have learned about compassion. I have learned about empathy. I also learned about how I could go about my life without continuing the same path, and it has given me certain tools to be able to do that. As far as learning.
Mr. Duncan, I'm gonna stop you. You're 39 years old now. I show that you've been incarcerated previously. You've taken Thinking for a Change, you've taken Voices 2 times, Tier 2 2 times, Anger Management twice now, and Alternatives to Violence, Basic and Advanced. But now the Tier 2 program has completely changed the way that you think.
Not even just the Tier 4 program, it is being that I've grown within myself. And actually.
Why have you grown back? Like you've participated in treatment. Why was that not effective?
Say that again, Miss?
You participated in treatment previously. Why was that not effective?
For my crime that I committed, ma'am?
The treatment, I'm saying, the treatment that you received previously, the programs that you completed, they were not effective because you continue to commit criminal acts. So my question is, why weren't they effective?
At that time in my life, I don't think I took it as serious as I was supposed to take it. I was still young and immature in certain ways and mentally. And I just didn't really pay attention. I was just doing it to do it. And right now, at this point in my life, I really want to change it. I want to be better for myself and for my family and the community.
So if you really want to change, then why didn't you start when you walked into the prison doors instead of continuing to use K2?
I fell victim to addiction, Miss. I'm human, I'm not perfect.
We don't want you to be perfect. What we want you to be is law-abiding. We're not asking for perfection. You know, you've been out in the community several times, and when you start using these substances, you like to be in possession of firearms. I mean, I show that this is your 1, 2, 3. Well, you received the carrying or selling a weapon back in 2004. You have an unlawful transporting of a firearm in 2018 with the feds. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 convictions for firearms.
Yes,
or
ma'am.
weapons.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
when you look at TV, what's the primary stories that you see on the news?
Violence.
Violence and drugs. And
Yes.
you're involved in both. And I don't understand why your being on probation was not a deterrent. Did you explain to your probation officer that you were struggling with your substance abuse?
I didn't have no probation officer, ma'am. I was on unconditional discharge.
Oh,
So
that's right. You violated the terms of your, that's right. I knew, and I said it. I made a note so that I wouldn't say that, but I still said it.
I don't have 5 convictions for gun charges. No, I don't believe it either, ma'am.
Now, what did you say?
I don't believe I have 5 convictions for 5 gun charges.
I see carrying and selling a weapon in 2004. That's one. That's a weapon, right?
They said I had a gun. I never had a gun, miss.
I said convictions. I didn't.
Convicted. Okay.
You received a conviction for that in 2004. Yes. And then you had this unlawful transporting firearms with the feds in 2018. That's 2,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then you had a criminal possession of a firearm on June 25th, 2018, when you committed the assault one, right?
Yes.
And then the other criminal possession of a weapon that they caught you with on June 26, 2018. So if my math is mapping, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the assault one.
So you saying they said I got caught with a gun in June June
So
26th.
what, I'll tell you what my review of your file says. It says that the police were chasing you and they were following you. And then all of a sudden they heard some shots fired or something like that, and you were involved. The victim said that it was gang violence. Were you in a gang?
No, ma'am.
It said that you were retaliating for gang violence. Someone shot out the back of their car or something like that. Someone got shot. So on that day, they charged you with the assault in the first degree and also for your being in possession of a weapon. But when they finally caught you, it said that did you flee the scene on a motorcycle?
Yes.
Did you have a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where I got the 2 charges.
Yes.
So it's sad, Mr. Duncan, because you haven't given me very much to work with. You rate out very high in terms of risk to recidivity. You've been out in the community under supervision, and you violated that supervision by coming back with more weapons and now an assault in the first degree for using weapons. Then you come into the facility and I'm glad that you're taking good programs, because you really are. It's not to benefit, not so that you can get paroled. It's to benefit you so that you'll be successful when you're released out of the community. But you came in and you got 5 tickets now for using A2. I don't know what it is that you need to be successful, but I'm not sure that you've demonstrated enough change for me to feel safe with returning you back to the community right now. I mean, you're heading in the right direction. I can see. I'm going to commend you for not receiving any disciplinary infractions in 6 months. But at 39, you shouldn't have received the first 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you using J2 in the prison? Was something going on?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
I took a lot of losses. And
You know, everybody experiences losses.
yes, I was just going through a lot within myself. I tried to escape my reality, so I started smoking K2.
You like being in prison, Mr. Duncan?
No, ma'am.
So then why wouldn't you comply? I don't understand. You don't want to be around your family and your friends and your people that love and support you. You'd rather be in there with those stinky, funky men.
No, ma'am.
I don't understand the rationale. If you're struggling with something and you've experienced losses, what's the harm in going to mental health and saying, listen, I'm really feeling down in the dumps. I'm not asking for medication. I just need someone to speak to.
That's why I took the steps to go to Tier 4, miss, to get help with my sobriety.
Well, I show out in the community, you were just smoking marijuana and popping e-pills to part.
I haven't popped the E-pill since 2006, miss. I was smoking weed, though.
Yeah.
I was definitely smoking weed.
It's just sad. It really is just sad. I really hope that you'll do better, Mr. Duncan. I can't support your parole today because you're too much of a risk. And my job is to promote public safety and release those individuals who I believe have demonstrated a level of change that would warrant and return to being law-abiding. I can't. You're giving me nothing to work with. So I do appreciate your speaking with me, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
So, Mr. Duncan, when do you finish Tier 4?
I'm in phase 3 now. I should be done with Tier 4 like July.
Okay. All right. Has anybody talked to you or have you thought about aftercare?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which one? Thought about or talked to someone about it?
I thought about it. My counselor, she said I should take it.
Okay.
So I was getting the application, but right now in phase 3 where I'm at, we should put the application in for the aftercare.
Perfect.
So
We hear a
I
lot of good. Go ahead.
I plan on to taking it, ma'am.
Good. I think that's a wise decision. It's give you that extra boost that you're going to need coming home. Do you have federal probation also?
Yes, ma'am.
When you get
yes,
out?
ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
So you've got 3 years of that. So as I like to say, a lot of people in your business can work to your advantage or not, right?
My advantage. I do well with structure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I read that your release plan is you want to go live with your aunt and she's in Georgia?
No, my aunt lives on Roydon Street.
New Haven. New Haven, okay. I don't know why I thought that. Okay. And why is your aunt supportive?
Cause she knows me. She knows my heart. She knows who I am.
Mhm.
And like, I'm a loving, caring person, but I made some mistakes in my life. But for the most part, like I do what I could in the right way, but sometimes, for the most part, I was doing it in the wrong way because of the way I was thinking. So with that being said, like she raised me, she's been around me my whole life. And she know that with her in the area that she live in, it's the best opportunity for me to be successful.
Well, that's good. And it looks like somebody's got some, they believe in you, offering you employment as a personal trainer.
Yes,
Where did you pick up those skills?
Picked them up being incarcerated in the federal system. First, I fell in love with working out. Then I came over here and I was working out, and a couple of guys came to me and told me I had a real niche for it because I had people that don't work out, sat on their bunk, coming to work out, and I got people feeling good about themselves. And just like people just gravitated towards me. There's like over the course of the years of doing that, I grew to love it even more, and I seen that it could be something that's beneficial for me, and I could help me be successful and get back to society. Now, my friend, he's been doing it for a long time. So me and him, we have conversations from time to time, and he see where I'm at mentally, so he's willing to help me to get where I need to be in life. So employment and helping me get my personal training certificate is everything that he's trying to do for me.
Great. Great. And have you started to think about what your relapse prevention plan is?
Yes, I took Eric, he's the C-Card recovery coach. And I'm supposed to go see him Thursday and have a sit down with him because he gave me a piece of paper we want to go over. So I gotta have everything lined up.
Okay. So it sounds like you've done some work in advance of going out in the community, and I think that will help you to be successful and stay in a structured way out in the community so you don't fall back into these. Because I have you admitting to the shooting in retaliation of being shot.
Yes.
So it just, it sounds like you're living in a world where you're either going to be incarcerated or dead unless you make some changes.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
All right, Mr. Duncan, thanks for speaking with me. Ms. Turner?
The only thing I wanted to say, Mr. Duncan, your criminal history goes back to 2006, as my colleague pointed out, and a lot of repeated poor choices. You refer to them as mistakes, but they're actually crimes.
That wasn't mistakes, Miss.
You have told us here during the hearing that you've made mistakes. And I want to say to you that they aren't mistakes. They're far more serious. They're crimes. If you make the choice to retaliate against somebody who you think shot you, that's a deliberate, intentional act where you armed up and you went looking for the person. So that's not a mistake. That's a choice that you made to commit a crime. Do you hear the difference?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Like, mistake is like forgetting to return a library book, not shooting at another individual because you needed to pay them back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Duncan, we've asked you all our questions, so we're going to deliberate now and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Ms. Baird.
Madam Chair, I will not be in support of Mr. Duncan's practice role. The nature of the offense was very concerning. The disciplinary impacts are equally concerning. I'm glad that he is in the Tier 4 program, but his criminal history, the nature of the offense, and his constitutional investment are my reasons for denying.
Okay, thank you. I would agree. I do think that Mr. Duncan needs to finish the Tier 4 program and hopefully do the aftercare program, which will certainly set him up for greater opportunity for success in the community, along with continuing to improve his disciplinary record at the facility. He's got support, he's got a job. So I think when he's ready for release, he has all the tools he needs to be successful. But for today, you know, he's got the federal conviction for guns, the new gun charges here, and he does score high for recent date.
I think he's incredibly fortunate to be in Tier 4. You know, they put him in that program just 26 days after getting his last K2 ticket. And usually those DRs push programming out even further. We're talking about an 8-month difference between his end of sentence and the 85% he's been designated at. And, you know, what I look for is, you know, people to have earned that, you know, early step off to the 4 years of special parole. And while he's done well with jobs, vocational, and programming, the DRs just really undercut all of that in my estimation. So it's very concerning, and I'm very glad that he has special parole to follow, because we don't see that often enough with the gun convictions, especially when there's been a discharge of a firearm.
And reasons for denial? For institutional adjustment, current offense committed on community release, criminal history. Sure.
I had different circumstances too. For institutional. And for STIPs, I see that his aunt, who he wants to side with, has someone there on probation. I don't know if that's going to be approved, so I had a halfway house. So I had no victim.
Right. I said anger management.
I have no driving. I have a general no contact with Michael Johnson, who was the 2018 shooting victim, and I have 2 victims, RM and DT.
Michael Johnson.
And
You know who that is?
Wow.
had a follow-up with anger management in the community, no? So in the matter of Anthony Duncan, 332656, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, and current offense committed while on community release. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I further make a motion to set the following special parole stipulations for the 4 years of special parole. Halfway house if needed, no operation of motor vehicle without permission of the parole officer, no contact with victims RM and DT, and a general no contact with Michael Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Duncan, good luck with the rest of your programming.
Okay.
All right, keep up the good work.
All right, man.
This concludes the hearing for Anthony Duncan and number 332656. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, June 8, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Member Barry, Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
James Workman, 393-379.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Workman, inmate number 393-379. He is serving a total effective sentence of 18 years, execution suspended after 7.5 years, followed by 5 years of probation for evading responsibility resulting in death, violation of probation with underlying charge of assault third. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of December 10, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 4 aftercare and smart recovery programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Workman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I would like to thank the parole board for their time and this opportunity. First and foremost, I would like to apologize to the family, loved ones, and friends of Kendall May Sr. I am writing this letter with a heavy heart filled with remorse for the pain I caused your family and everyone else connected to Kendall May Sr. It is not at all my intention to reopen any painful wounds in my plea for parole, although I want you to know how unbearably sorry I am. There's absolutely no excuse whatsoever for my irresponsible actions and careless behavior, which led to the untimely passing of Kendall May Sr. It has been
Okay, Mr. Workman, we typically don't, I know you've already said it a few times, so the genie's out of the bottle, but we don't typically say the victim's name on the record. So just refer to the victim as the victim. We know who you're talking about, okay?
Okay.
Excellent, thank you.
It has been 1,164 days since the precious life of the victim was tragically taken. Now, one of those days has gone by that I have not thought about the impact of my actions and the victim and what he meant to his family, community, and students. The victim was not only a dedicated coach and an activist in the Hartford community, but a beacon of hope and a mentor to many. As it was told to me, the victim was relentless in his dedication to his students, community, and his family. I cannot emphasize enough that I will always deeply regret the events that took place on March 31st, 2023. I wish I could turn back time and make different choices, but I know that is not possible. The victim blessed many with his presence and had a positive impact in and on countless people's lives. I will in time honor his memory. One of the many reasons why I chose to take this incarceration seriously and work on my problematic issues. Here are the steps I took to make a positive change for the better and to work on myself. Tier 4, the time program focused a lot on accountability and integrity, being consistent in my journey for recovery, having a why and a sense of self-motivation, utilizing my support system and taking things one day at a time on my path toward recovery. Maintaining structure in my life and paying attention to the people I surround myself with, having a good sense of awareness and how addiction creates conflict with the desire to change, and how important it is to have a recovery plan. Part of my recovery plan is going to AA meetings, having a sponsor, and getting counseling. In Smart Recovery, I learned all about all addictive behavior in Smart Recovery in a system called the 4-point program. And point 1 was about enhancing and maintaining motivation. Point 2 touched on coping with my urges. 3 dealt with problem solving, and 4 focused on lifestyle balance. In Smart, I learned more about myself and how to think more clearly through the 4-point program. It became habit to think things all the way out before I react. I can honestly say Smart Recovery has a lot to do with that. And Prison of Peace was a very different program from any other program I took. It mainly focused on how to be powerful mediators and peacemakers in our prison community and outside of prison. Also different ways to resolve conflicts such as a peace circle. I also learned foundational life skills like active listening and attending skills. Things I learned and will apply when necessary. And Jericho's Circle is a program that deals specifically with the different masks that I wear to hide trauma or who I really am. I learned what I learned through
as a child and teenager shaped, molded my personality and core beliefs, which is why I draw from when I react in certain situations. In Jericho Circle, I was able to address certain issues that were trauma related, process my emotions and feelings that came with them, and feel better about things I may have been holding on to from my past. The best way to describe Jericho is it was peeling back layers of myself to get to a better me. In aftercare, we talked about issues we may encounter in the future and how to handle them, as well as issues we encountered in the past, and what we did or did not do that could have led to a positive outcome, the impact a poor decision can have, and the impact of a rational, thought-out decision. We speak about values and core beliefs, and how our behavior shows our values, and how all bad choices have a ripple effect, and how addiction pushes our real values aside. Having self-control, discipline, and staying consistent is what I learned and will apply and take with me for the rest of my life through aftercare. Also, attending AA meetings to help me to understand and face my addiction to alcohol and how that addiction affected my life and others. From listening to other people's stories, I realized I wasn't alone in my struggles with addiction. Those meetings gave me a better sense of what I was dealing with and how to deal with it. I made AA and the meetings part of my recovery plan, which also consists of utilizing my support system, having structure in my life, being an active member of my church, and participating in a second chance program that deals with helping ex-offenders get their life on track post-incarceration. In addition, I also have employment with a property management company called Learn to Serve, in which my role will be maintaining the grounds and the interior and exterior of the properties. I also will be seeking a career in the mentoring and in the social service field. Being enrolled in the Pell program, I'm able to transfer credits and continue to further my education to solidify my career choice. In conclusion, during this incarceration, I was able to directly identify areas I needed to work on, such as my cognitive distortion, my negative behavior, my addiction, and the distinction between good and bad choices. By me addressing these issues, it has helped me to become a better man and has most definitely helped me to be a better father. Upon my release, I will be stepping back into my role as a full-time father to my youngest child, who is currently 6, who my mother currently has partial custody of. Collectively, the programs I chose to take has equipped me with the tools to stay out of prison, made me more aware of the consequences of bad choices and the impact it has had on my life as well as others, and to appreciate freedom. Again, I'm sorry for the pain I caused and everyone I affected with my reckless behavior.
All right, Mr. Workman, that's a lot of information.
Yes,
Thank
it
you for
is.
putting that all together. You have done a lot of programming throughout this incarceration. Yeah,
Yes.
what's motivated you?
What has motivated me to do my programs was my children. Also the fact that life was taken through my actions, and I do not want that life to be gone in vain. I want to be able to pay it forward by being a mentor to whoever I may be able to help steer their life off of the wrong track.
So we're going to be asking you some questions. At the end of the questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. All right, are you ready to get started?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to get started. So I heard you talk a lot about the victim. You seem to have known a lot about the victim.
Yes.
Okay, is that what you learned at sentencing, or how did you learn about the victim's community work and how well the victim was known?
Actually, before I was incarcerated, got arrested, someone I knew the victim personally and basically explained to me who they were and what they meant to the community, and a little bit about his life. And that really touched me in a different type of way. I didn't really know how to handle what happened. My emotions were all over the place, but I did know that I did realize that he was very influential and a very important person to many people. And that just motivated me to want to really change my way of thinking, how I carry myself, how I act. I just want to be able to create change in a positive way and just be more part of the solution and not be part of the problem.
So I read when you were asked about why you didn't stop after hitting the victim that you said you panicked. You know, I mean, you're 40, how old were you when this happened? 40?
40, yes.
Yeah.
40.
I mean, at that age, you know, people don't necessarily panic. I could see if you were, you know, much younger, early 20s, late teens, you know, you don't really know how to handle a situation like that. Is that really it, that you panicked?
Well, honestly, everything that day happened so fast. I just, my reaction just, the best way I can describe it, I was just slow to react, and I did panic. I was just in a state of shock. I didn't realize kind of what happened when it happened. It was kind of like it took time to register to actually see what exactly the damage I did. And
I read that, you know, according to the documents I read, that you hit the brakes, but you weren't able to stop. So, and the victim hit your hood. So, I mean, that's a pretty significant situation. It's hard to say you weren't really sure what you hit or what was going on.
well, I don't mean to say I wasn't sure what I hit. I realized I did hit someone, and like I said, all that happened so fast. I didn't react the way I should have reacted. I know I should have stopped and rendered aid and stayed on the scene, but I just didn't do that. And partly was because I did panic and I was afraid.
So, but you weren't arrested until June. So between March, when the incident occurred, and June, I mean, what was going through your mind? You said somebody knew the victim, you learned a lot about the victim. It didn't sort of kind of harp on you and work on your emotions, maybe, to help you turn yourself in so that the victim's family would have some sort of closure?
It did every day. And a big reason why I did not turn myself in was during that time, I had a 3-year-old daughter that I basically was the sole provider for. Well, I was the sole provider for, and I didn't have that part of my life in order. If I turned myself in, who would have my daughter? Where would she go? So I basically was trying to sort all that out.
Well, your mother has your daughter now, right? So that wasn't something that I mean, obviously it was sorted out.
Well, that got sorted out because my mother is actually, she lives in Georgia, so she had to, after I got arrested, that's when that got sorted out, basically. And my daughter now has been in the custody of my mom for about the last 1.5 years, maybe.
Okay. Your criminal history is interesting because you have arrests in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. You've been in a few different states. Are you a transient person, or do you have someplace specific that you refer to as your home base?
Well, I was raised in Pennsylvania. As you said, being arrested in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. When I was released in 2012, I have a brother who is from Hartford, and for me to get out of the area that I was in, I thought it was a better change to come here. What I never really did was really address my issues and work on myself during incarceration, except for this time now. And I think that is why I have moved around. I never addressed my issues. I always felt like a different area would bring on better a better environment for me. So that's the best way I can answer that question.
Yeah, I think a lot of people believe that if they change, where they're living, it immediately will resolve all their issues, right? You're not around those same people, but if you want to find trouble, you will. Or if you haven't changed yourself, trouble finds you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So you've done a lot of programming. I don't really think I need to go into too much because you gave a very nice, thoughtful synopsis of what you took away from many, many of the programs. One of the things that caught my attention was you said you learned to be an active listener. Why is that important?
Well, that's important for me because normally when I used to listen, I don't think I actually was taking in what was being said, especially if it was like constructive criticism or just someone giving their opinion about something. So the listening part that I learned about active listening, about actually, showing gestures that you're listening, head nods, eye contact, repeating what is being said, so you're letting the speaker know that you're taking in what they're saying. You're not just there. So that for me was important, and a lot of the things I learned in the programs. That here I am at my age. People may have given me advice and given their opinion on things I should have changed in my life, and I really never listened to them. I maybe made it seem like I was listening, but I never really actually listened and took it into consideration. So that was big for me.
And, you referred to your age. I'd refer to your age also. You're well into your life where you should have made changes a while back. And I refer to your comment about how when you were being interviewed by the parole officer, you said that I could have done better and never had a criminal history. I learned the choices you make have a huge domino effect. Do you look back on your history and see where you should maybe have adjusted the direction you were going?
Yes, I do. I do all the time. And I said that because I was raised with two parents and I was taught right from wrong. So I can't sit here and give any excuse about my childhood or what I didn't know or didn't know. I knew right from wrong. So all of the criminal charges I have were because of my choices that I made and thought for some reason they were the right choices, which they never were. A part of that was I was kind of lazy growing up, and I was always looking for the easy way out, and being around the wrong crowd didn't help. But I always knew right from wrong, and I always had that choice, and back then I never really made the right choices when it came to being in certain places that were bad for me or being around certain people. I just didn't see the consequences that came from that until after the fact, and that's where that part of my life, why I was going through what I was going through.
You've done a lot of great programs, right? You've done programs that the top tier of what DOC offers, along with some other programs. Did you start school? Did you start the Pell Grant program?
I didn't start yet, but I'm pretty sure I will be enrolling in the next enrollment, because I was supposed to start about a year ago, but they had an issue with getting my GED because it was from Pennsylvania. So I got that problem solved. I got the Ashland Community College, my GED, and then they sent me the rest of the paperwork that I already started filling out, as far as like the tax information and
okay.
All that. So I'm sorry. I haven't started actual college yet, but I'm on that path to start.
Perfect, perfect. I asked that question or I make that comment about all the programs that you've taken, because you gave us so much information about what you've learned. How do you see yourself compacting and picking out the truly significant pieces that are going to help you lead a successful, structured life in the community?
Well, for one, I would say at a tier 4, which was the most extensive program I took, was accountability and integrity. These are things that I feel like I knew about, but never really fully understood. And I say that because previous incarcerations, I never really took full accountability for my actions. I knew I did wrong and broke the law, but I never sat down and said, you got to change this is what you need to do now. I didn't really do that then. Now I did. And also with integrity, doing the right thing when no one's looking, and just having that positive and good moral compass about yourself. All of that was really brought to my awareness in that program. And I saw the value in doing the right thing and staying consistent in doing that. And I'm going to go back to my age. And at my age, I should be able to help guide someone younger than me who is going down that wrong path because of me doing these programs and go through what I went through. I kind of been there and done that before. And tier 4, that program allowed me to work on myself in a way I never ever had. It showed me the value in having structure, having a hobby, just little things I never did that make a huge difference. And I will say also about aftercare, that program also has been good for me because we talk about so many different things. And what I do love about it is that we talk about realistic issues that may arise now and when you're home, and actually how to go about it the right way. And a lot of these things I was doing was coming from false beliefs and things that didn't really matter or make sense when I think about it now. And this is what aftercare showed me in tier 4. So these programs help me to rewire my mind, the way I think and how I process things and look at things differently, and not always have to resort to violence or like get into a physical confrontation type of thing. So that's what I'm taking from these programs. And yeah.
I mean, it's interesting that you use the words accountability and integrity because, the offense itself is clearly somebody that didn't take accountability or have integrity, to stop. And as you said yourself, take responsibility and render aid. So, I mean, it's important, I think, going forward that you've acquired some insight into those particular factors and ways to live your life. It's always unfortunate that takes something like this for it all to come to light. You have your aunt as your release plan, and she lives in Georgia that you want to live with?
Yes.
Okay. And I heard you mention your mother's in Georgia as well with your daughter?
Yes, she is.
Do they live together, your aunt and your mom?
No, they actually live separate, about 45 minutes away from each other.
Okay. All right. And you think living with your aunt is a good place for you to go?
Yes, because there's where she lives is actually more resources than where my mother lives. My mother lives out in the country, and there's, I mean, I'm not gonna say there's no jobs there, but there's more resources, and also a second chance program that I plan on enrolling in that's in the area where my aunt is.
I mean, you said yourself before, you've gone to different places trying to make a new life for yourself, and it hasn't worked out. What makes you think that it'll work this time?
Well, I know it'll work this time because of the programs and the way I chose to do this incarceration and work on myself. The things that I learned, I never really learned before. What I do know now is that I am getting older and I don't have any more time to waste as far as my life and doing things like that. I have to do the right thing from here on moving forward. I have to be accountable. I have to have integrity. I can't fall short in any of those areas, and I'm aware of that. And I'm ready to I don't want to say take on that challenge, but I'm ready to go through that and show that I'm capable of being productive and being a good member of my community and being a good father, a son, and anything else that I can be.
And you understand that you can ask to go to Georgia, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Georgia will accept. So have you given yourself a plan B?
Well, my plan B is if I have to, if I can't go there, my plan B is honestly to maybe get to a halfway house and work from there. I do have some resources in Connecticut too, as far as jobs. So I would just have to go in that direction and still keep my same plan as far as going to meetings and keeping structure in my life and getting involved with a second chance program. I can still do the same thing here. So
yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Workman, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Ms. Turner?
Mr. Workman, this really was the epitome of a test of integrity, as my colleague pointed out. No one was looking, and you had the chance to possibly make the difference in saving this man's life. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, you described your actions as irresponsible, careless, and reckless. I would add to that list deceitful. You lied to your girlfriend and told her your car was stolen. And then I have to assume you were the one who set it on fire, right?
no, I never, I did lie to her about the car being stolen, but I never set the car on fire.
Do you realize how hard that would be for me to believe? An abandoned car, why would anybody set it on fire? You had a motive to do that, to destroy evidence and hide your crime. I kind of feel like if this hadn't come to light as it did, you never would have fessed up. You were actively working to undermine the investigation that would have held you accountable. So it's like not even about integrity, it's about the complete opposite of you working off of whatever panic you had in the moment. The situation was problematic. I mean, it was the end of March, it was obviously dark out, and you did attempt to apply the brakes, but you were going 53 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone when you hit the victim. So you offered us a definition of integrity, and in your interview with the parole officer, you talked about changing the decisions you make moving forward, my moral compass, and having more integrity, period. Talk to me about what moral compass means to you.
A moral compass means to me is doing the right thing in a situation that calls for you to be aware in doing that. And it calls for you to not do the opposite. during this previous to all of this to 220?
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there because we don't need to go telling,
Okay.
I want to keep us focused. So I think that definition needs a lot of work because really what you're defining is integrity, like you defined it before. Moral compass is the guiding principles on which you live your life. It's the fundamental to who you are in the world, how you are with other people, what you know, what your values are. That's what, you know, having a moral compass means that you know yourself, you know your values, and your compass keeps you from straying because it would undermine who you believe yourself to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I would encourage you to work more at developing that understanding of what it means to have a moral compass and what your moral compass encompasses. You know, that's an area you could really work on. So you're not eligible for discretionary parole until December. So what could you do with the remaining 6 months if you were to be granted today to prepare yourself? I see you have new thoughts on your OAP. You haven't taken that. You haven't taken voices.
Yes. So possibly I can take those programs. I can continue to work on myself. I still go to aftercare and smart recovery.
I get that you've done really well in those areas, and it's kind of ironic to me because you have a drug and alcohol score of 1. And you were offered tier 4. We've talked to people today with a score of 5 who couldn't get beyond tier 2. So you're most fortunate to have been afforded the programs that you have completed. It helps that you've gone 2.5 years without a disciplinary report. But there's more of you to develop. So I think new thoughts, voices. How about a fatherhood program? You've been out of your kid's life, all 3 of them, for quite some time. 4 of them. Well, 1 of them is. So perhaps a fatherhood program. They have Inside Out Dads, 24/7 dads. There's parenting. Things like that could be really helpful to help you reintegrate into the lives of your children and respect the people who've been raising your kid while you've been incarcerated. So this would amount, were you to be granted, 3 years and 9 months of discretionary parole before beginning 5 years of probation. So we're talking about almost 9 years of people being in your business. You're 44, soon to be 45-year-old man. That's a lot, to adjust to because, by normal standards, there would be independence and, you would you would choose who's in your business and you hold yourself accountable as opposed to it being, part of the correctional process. So talk to me about your thoughts of, working with a parole officer, working with a probation officer, and managing to uphold those obligations without violating.
Well, that is what comes with my sentence, and my thoughts on that is it honestly would probably be good for me to have that supervision, someone to answer to and to keep me on the right path. In the past, I have been on parole before, and I've been on probation before, and I'm familiar with the rules and regulations and what is expected. So it wouldn't be something that's new to me. So them being and happen to be in my business or having stipulations put on me, I've dealt with that before, so, I would just say
Yes,
that.
but Mr. Workman, not successfully. You know, you're older now, so hopefully, you know, you can make the adjustment, but you've had 2 opportunities at community release and failed.
What 2
Was
hours?
on probation when you committed this crime.
Yes, I was on probation, not committed this crime, but, out of my stints that I did on parole and probation, this was the only, violation that I ever had.
You escaped from parole in New Jersey in 2007, so be careful where you go with this.
Well, I just wanted to touch on that. I never escaped on parole because I was, I got arrested in 2007. So I wasn't on parole in New Jersey in 2007. It was after, maybe 2010 or 12, I got on parole, but I never.
I'm working off of the rap sheet and the records that we have.
Okay.
So there's really not much point in debating something that's 19 years old. But I'm saying to you, you've struggled in the past. You're older, hopefully wiser, and you know, are going into it with a better mindset that this is, you know, part of your sentence and intended to help you. It's guidance, it's guardrails, but you're the one who has to hold yourself accountable. That's part of internalizing, you know, that moral compass that we talked about earlier. It's not your parole officer's job to, you know, teach you right from wrong or, you know. Okay, so we've identified some things that you can do with the time remaining on your sentence. You know, my colleague pointed out, you go to Georgia, you're still taking you with you. So, you know, continue to do the work on yourself. And I get that you have academic aspirations, but the intellectual is really different than the self-development that we've talked about in terms of morality, integrity, and character, right? So don't sacrifice one for the other. You know, you need to be engaged in developing both your mind and your character.
Okay. Okay.
Wish you much success, Mr. Workman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Ms. Berry? All right, Mr. Workman, we are all done with the question portion of today's hearing. If you can stay there, we're going to deliberate, and then we will give you our decision.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we've covered a lot of ground with Mr. Workman. The charges, loss of life, the failure to stop. He is 44 years old now. He scores high for risk to recidivate. I noted that his risk factors were criminal history, education, employment, substance abuse, mental health. He has taken various programs that address many of those risk factors. He's got criminal history in a few different states. Reiterate that he has taken a number of programs, Tier 4. You know, in talking with him and listening to him, he does seem as though he's gathered a lot of information from those programs. I also got from our interview today, he has a plan for putting what he's learned into place when he's back in the community. He has support in the community through his mom, his aunt. He has a daughter that he's returning to. He has other children also that he's pointed out. His disciplinary history does go back about 2.5 years. You know, I thought he had a good plan to employment. So based on my review of the file, our interview today, I do find evidence of offender change and find Mr. Workman suitable for discretionary parole. Ms. Turner? You know, we see these cases, sadly, just so often.
And, this is a significant period of time to serve. We've seen a lot of evading where death was involved and it's 3 or 4 years. And, that just feels tragic to me. It's troubling that he was on probation. There was information in the police report we didn't touch on about him being on camera buying a 24-ounce beer. When they assessed the scene, there was no further follow-up about, was it found in the back seat unopened? Was it, so you have to believe it was a factor here in why he didn't stop. So he avoided the DUI aspect, if that was a factor, like he avoided the arson charge for torching the car. It's a lot to ask because it is 3 years and 9 months of relief from imprisonment. I'm struggling. I know you pointed out he's done a number of programs. I think he could benefit from additional programming. This makes me uncomfortable, and I additionally sad that we don't have victim input. So he was. There are a lot of complicated circumstances to this. To his credit, he doesn't have any violent DRs. This incarceration, I'm going to deny.
Right, and Ms. Barry?
So I also had Mr. Workman denied. I struggled significantly with the nature of this crime, and I also struggled with his history of substance abuse. And when I read about what his release plan was, I struggled because I'm like, are you going to go to another state and start committing more offenses? I'm happy to hear that Mr. Workman has a better understanding of his addiction and has gained some insight into avoiding relapsing. And I'm hoping that he will be successful out in the community, but I don't have him voted to parole today. I have the nature of his crimes and his criminal history. I think that he really needs to get himself together prior to returning to the community. And I know that 2030 is a long way away, but I didn't have him returned.
Okay. And Ms. Turner, reasons for denial?
I would just add offense on probation to the ones my colleague mentioned.
Okay.
All right. So in the matter of Jane News, Workman 393-379, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, and offense committed while on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Aye. So, Mr. Workman, we were unable to vote you to parole today. You've got a little ways to go to the end of your sentence. There's Ms. Turner talked to you about a number of programs to consider to see if you can get yourself into. I wish you the best of luck as you continue on to your end of sentence. Okay, continue to do programs, get into school. It's all going to help you in the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Bruce Workman, inmate number 393-379.
All right, and then we just.
You're all set, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, June 8th, 2026. This is a case review for Alexander McCann, inmate number 260559 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available printed information in preparation.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Pamela Berry, Nancy Turner.
Mr. McCann is serving a total effective sentence of 2 years, 730 days to serve, followed by 2 years special parole for carrying pistol without a permit and assault second. Mr. McCann has waived the discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
all right. So in the matter of Alexander McCain, 260559, I make a motion to set the following conditions. No alcohol, halfway house placement, no operation of motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. No contact with victim IT. Did I miss anything?
Did we have behavior management?
Behavior management for anger. Did I say halfway house? No.
She did.
Okay, so no alcohol, halfway house, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for anger management, and no contact with victim IT. Do I have a second?
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
This concludes the case review to set special parole stipulations for Alexander McCann, number 260559. This now concludes the hearing for Paul Robinson on June 8th, 2026 at 2:02 p.m. Thank you, sir. Oh, she got
All right.